Morning.
I would like to welcome Pastor Jenny Lockwood, who is a member of Lanner Methodist Church, preaches across the Falmouth and Gwener Methodist Circuit churches, to say a few words to us this morning. Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here, perhaps not on this weather, but it's really nice to be with you this morning. And so we offer our prayers. Heavenly Father, as we meet today, we ask a blessing on all present, their families and friends. And may this new year bring good health and happiness and a deeper love and trust in you. Lord, we ask that you would pour out your richest blessing on this meeting. We think about those unable to attend for whatever reason that might be. May they know that we think about them and pray for them too. We also ask for your peace. You are the source of all peace, and in you we find our own peace. You are a God of order and not confusion. We ask that you would help us to approach this meeting with the spirit of peace and harmony. We pray that disagreements or conflicts that may arise will be resolved peacefully. Help members to communicate with respect and understanding, always seeking common ground. For all who serve in local government and local councils, we pray. Be present in all deliberations and guide every exercise of political power. We also pray for wisdom for each person in this meeting. May we trust in your plans and have faith that, as you promised, you are working all things together for good for those who love you. As this meeting continues, we pray for your help to approach it with a humble heart, open to hearing and learning from one another, to let your spirit guide discussions so that members may come to decisions that are not just based on personal understanding or bias, but on your wisdom and your guidance. Father God, we all in some way or another serve others. You have called us to many different tasks, and as we undertake our duties, we pray we will remain humble, working in unity of both heart and mind. May this meeting and all meetings that follow be a reflection of your love, your grace and humility. King of Kings and Lords of Lords, we give you thanks for all those who are in public life. We pray for our King and the royal family, for the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, Government and Parliament, and for all those who assist and advise them. Remove tendencies of self-interest and inspire the ideal of serving others, that actions may be tempered by compassion, decisions informed by wisdom, and that our country be led into the light of your kingdom. We acknowledge our own responsibility to pray for those who govern us, and we ask that you will remind all who make up the church in our land to do likewise. We offer these our prayers in the name of him whose own authority flows from his readiness to serve, our Lord Jesus Christ, who taught us when we pray together to pray, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And may the peace and the blessing of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with each one of us and those whom we love this day and then for always. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Lockwood. You'd be welcome to stay, but I know you've got a funeral to attend to, so thank you very much for coming along to see us today. Ooh. That's not working. Right, okay. Not working so well. Right, I've been notified of the following apologies for absence. Councillors Crawford, McGowan, Trevelyan, Tudor, Webb, late arrival. Oh, there he is, look. Cross that out. Praise, and the monitoring officers agreed the following members may join us remotely for medical reasons. And as you'll appreciate, they're not able to vote. Councillor Long.
Chair, sorry, I need to give my apologies. I need to leave at 1 o'clock.
Okay, 1 o'clock, thank you. Anybody else want to say anything?
I think we got apologies from Councillor Pete Mitchell as well. Did you mention that?
I've got that as a fixed item. Councillor Mitchell. Sorry.
There we go. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also need to leave early this afternoon for a medical appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Priest.
I'm afraid I need to leave at 2:45 for an urgent piece of council business. Maras.
Councillor Rouse.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Early departure for me as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that everybody? No? Yeah. No, I think so. Thank you. Declarations of interest. In accordance with the Constitution, I will now take declarations of interest from any members for any item on the agenda. Will members please indicate any items in which they have interest and the nature of those interests? If you are aware that you have a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-registerable interest in any matter being considered on the agenda, you must disclose it, whether or not you've already entered it in the register. Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Grateful to the advice from the monitoring officer, who's confirmed that I don't have an engaged interest, but I just, for clarity, do want to bring to the attention of the council for 12.2 motion supporting business hospitality that I do own and run an award-winning fish and chip shop. So I thought I would. I thought I'd bring it to the attention of the council, and again, not an engaged interest, but that of my colleague, Councillor Jane Pascoe as well, just for complete transparency.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Ashton.
Yes, also the same reason and the same purpose. We also run an award-winning care service. Competition. So for the same reason, but there is no direct interest in that financially.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Clements.
Yes, Chair, I also run a small business in St Just.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, that's it, is it? No more? Good. Good. We'll move on. Chairman's announcements. Wishing all members a very happy new year. I look forward to working with you and all that 2026 will bring. Welcome to Claire Simpson. Sat up there. Claire Simpson, who was Claire Simpson joined Cornwall Council and took up her new role as the new Strategic Director for Community Wellbeing on the 6th of January. Welcome. Congratulations to Cornwall residents who are recognised in the New Year honours. The leader, the Chief Executive, and I have written to each of them to offer our warmest congratulations. Receiving the CBE was Mr. James Fogg of Launceston for services to defence, Mr. Andrew McNaughton of Truro for services to national infrastructure, OBEs for Mr. Warwick Davis of Pra Sands for services to drama, Professor Francis Wall of FIOC for service to geoscience, receiving an MBE, Miss Helen Bingham of St Neot for services to early years education, Miss Rokia Kerr of St Germans for services to heritage, Dr. Neil Walden of Marazion for services to healthcare. And receiving a BEM, Dr. Christopher Cuff of Mullion for services to maritime safety. Mr. Stephen Fairbrother of Gorenhaven for services to the community. Mr. Donald Foster of Coverack for services to community. Mr. Gerald Morris of Perranporth for services to the community of Perranzabulo. Mr. William Ryan of Saltash for services to Rugby in Cornwall. And Mr. Brian Wright of St. Izzy for services to education. And with the start of the new year, I've chosen a new chairman's charity. Cornwall Air Ambulance has been our chosen charity for the past few years, and it was wonderful to support them during that time, including celebrating the launch of their second helicopter. Between former chairman St. Councillor Giles and myself, we have raised over £3,000. And Councillor Giles, I just tell you, there was £657 came in January from the senior energy officer at Cornwall Council, who quite appropriately is named Eleanor Power. And that £657 was match funded. So Councillor Giles, we had £1,315. And although I've said we jointly raised it, it was you, wasn't it? I didn't do anything. So well done, Councillor Giles. I've chosen Cornwall Mind as my charity for the year ahead. Cornwall Mind is a local mental health charity dedicated to supporting people across our communities. With more than 1 in 4 people in Cornwall experiencing a mental health problem, the need for high quality support, advice and information has never been more vital. And you know, we're not immune to that here in this chamber. We often work on our own under a lot of pressure, and it can be quite difficult. So I'm glad to make this association with Cornwall Mind, and I'll be meeting with their chief executive shortly. The memory quilt is on display at the bottom of the marble staircase at lunchtime today. This quilt has been created as part of an initiative supporting individuals bereaved by suicide, offering a space to remember loved ones and share personal stories. Each panel represents a unique memorial, helping to spark conversations about mental health and suicide prevention. Cornwall Council's public health team is working in partnership with Speak Their Name, proudly hosted by Cornwall Mind as part of the Towards Zero Suicide initiative. The memory quilt and accompanying sources will remain here in this cairn until Friday the 13th of February, before moving down to St John's Hall, Penzance, until the 6th of March, and then to Chai Travail, Bodmin. Members are also invited to attend suicide first aid light training on the 8th of February, which is on Teams. As members will be aware, unfortunately, the e-conference system is not working. So we'll be reversing to the old-fashioned way of a show of hands when we vote. New stuff for a lot of you new members, but the way we used to do it. And we'll be counting votes, so you have to bear with us a little bit. We do have a live stream so the public can watch in the usual way. Sadly, we've learned that two former councillors passed away over the Christmas period. Roy Mann was elected to Cornwall Council in 2001 until 2009, and then 2013 to 2017, representing the Ludgvan electoral division. And I'm going to ask Councillor Adam Painter to pay tribute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Roy Mann joined Cornwall County Council on the same day as I did back in 2001 and served as a Conservative member until 2009. He then had a sabbatical with Cornwall Council and came back, though, as an independent member in 2013 to 2017. His electoral division was Ludgvan. He was also Mayor of Penzance from 2008 to 2010 and also served on Penwith District Council. He also served on Madron Parish Council for 42 years, somebody who was truly committed to his local area and did a huge amount of work for his area that he represented for many, many years. I did have Andrew George contact me last night, Andrew George MP, who remembers Roy well and said, Roy may have been quietly spoken, but he was always very effective and committed himself to the local communities he knew so well. He was fair-minded and passionate about the communities he served. I know he'll be sadly missed by all those who knew him and worked with him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Painter. Also, David Roberts, OBE DL, has passed. David was a Cornwall County Councillor from 1964 until 2005, representing the Brieg electoral division. He was chairman from 89 until 93, and I ask Councillor Loveday Jenkins to pay a tribute.
Thank you, Chair. It's a privilege for me to give this tribute to Councillor David Roberts. I remember as a child visiting his house on many occasions, as my sister and I were similar ages to his daughters, and my mother and his wife Joan were in the WI while my father served on Crown Parish Council with him. He was always there at community events, and I well remember him tutoring me to improve my chess for a local competition, and also having fierce political debates with him on topical issues as a stubborn teenager. Some may say I'm still stubborn. Our last public engagement together was for the official proclamation of the Queen's death in Crowan Parish on Praise Plan in 2022, where he read it in English and I read it in Cornish. He was 95, but he stood up and read the proclamation with great voice and presence. The Roberts family was and still is a family of farmers in Crowan Parish with strong links with each and every village, Praise, Nansegolan, Leedsdown, Relief. He went from young farmers to secretary of Camborne Fat Stock Show and then Crown Parish Council. Inspired by his mother and father, who were also heavily involved in public life and local councils. He was elected as a parish councillor. He was elected as a parish councillor in 1953 at the age of 25, serving for over 50 years and over 70 years as a parish councillor. He also served on Kerry Rural District prior to 74 and was a Cornwall councillor, as we've heard, for over 40 years until 2005. Twice elected as chairman of Devon and Cornwall Police Authority and serving as chairman from 1989 to 93. He gave a lifetime of service to his community, always as an independent voice. While at Cornwall County Council, he eventually became leader of the independent group, not always an easy role. He always stood up for Cornwall and took Cornwall's voice to Westminster and to Europe to campaign for Cornwall to be recognised as a distinct region within Europe, a NUTS2 region, able to receive European funds via Objective 1. This led to Cornwall benefiting immensely from European funding for poorer rural areas. He was a kind and considerate leader who would talk to and, more importantly, listen to everyone. A voice for the underdog and a great supporter of all things Cornish and community. He became a Cornish bard in 1995 for services to public, church, agriculture and sporting life in Cornwall and was awarded his OBE in 2004. It was a great honour that Dave particularly appreciated that he was appointed a Deputy Lieutenant of Cornwall in May 97. Andrew George MP has also contacted me to put a few words in. So I'd like to quote a few words from Andrew. David had an infectious charm and a gentle manner. In politics, he was thoughtful, considered, and would always use his disarming charm to deadly effect, exposing a fallacy or a weakness in the arguments of others with deadly and incisive question, which invariably hit the target with unerring accuracy. As I said, he was a great Cornishman, always standing up for what was right for Cornwall and relishing it all, enjoying family, band, rugby, agricultural shows, being patron of Crowan Church, his life embedded in the community, Cornwall and Cornish culture. He was an old-style politician, an honourable and courteous gentleman who treated everyone with kindness and respect, listened to their views and made decisions based on the available information without fear or favour, seeking consensus and cooperation across the political spectrum, ensuring that Cornwall could speak strongly with one voice. And I know that the Cornwall we have today is the better for his life of service.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. Can I invite all members to join me in a minute's silence? Can we ask all members to remain seated when you're speaking? We discovered another little problem with the live stream. I'm sorry to say, Councillor Jenkins, Councillor Pascoe, your heads would have been cut off in that. But if members can stay seated while speaking, please. On to leaders' announcements.
And I do not like to stay seated, but that's we'll have to do it. Good morning, everybody. Storm Goretti was a sobering reminder of how exposed Cornwall is to extreme weather and how much we rely on our infrastructure. Power, water, transport and communications were all affected, often at once, and for many residents, it was a frightening and exhausting experience. Most tragically, a life was lost, and our thoughts remain with that individual's family. In the immediate aftermath, the focus was rightly on safety and recovery, getting people help, restoring access, and supporting those most at risk had to come first. That phase is now largely behind us, but we recognise that issues with the Openreach network mean that some people still remain without internet connectivity. What matters now is that we have an honest assessment of what happened and act on what we learn. There has been significant public discussion about the decision not to declare a major incident. It is important to be clear about this. At the point that the decision was made, the multi-agency response was already operating at full scale. Declaring a major incident would not have directly altered any statutory powers, nor would it have reduced the time it took to restore utilities or unlock immediate funding, including the government's Bellwyn funding. In other words, it would not have changed the immediate reality on the ground for our residents. But that does not mean that the system worked perfectly. What Storm Goretti has exposed is a national emergency response framework that has not kept pace with risk. Climate change is no longer an abstract challenge for future generations. It is here, and it is reshaping the frequency, severity, and geographic spread of storms. Places like Cornwall are feeling this more than ever. The gap is particularly clear in funding. The Bellwyn scheme continues to favour smaller councils dealing with localised incidents. For large unitary authorities facing widespread infrastructure failure, it is not fit for purpose. It is a blunt instrument increasingly misaligned with need. And that is not a criticism of the rules being applied, but merely a recognition that the rules themselves are out of date. During his visit recently, Security Minister Dan Jarvis heard directly about the scale and complexity of the response here, and we will hold government to its word that this event will lead to change, not just reflection. That must include updating the government's emergency response policy, reforming Bellwyn, and recognising that resilience funding must reflect the realities of climate risk here and now, not based on outdated models. Later today, a formal debrief will take place into detail about the storm response and asking what has worked and what needs to improve. This will be followed by a bespoke lessons learned process to include reflections from members and members of Parliament. Those learnings will help us identify where we need to strengthen infrastructure resilience and improve coordination with partners. Most importantly, it will help ensure that when the next major storm comes, Cornwall is better prepared, because it will come, and it is our responsibility to make sure we are ready. Moving on, I want to briefly touch on the Council's recent Corporate Peer Challenge, which is a really important part of local government's framework for supporting councils' improvement and assurance. As an administration which has been in place for just 8 months, we welcomed this review and appreciated the role of fellow councillors who joined us from local authorities across the border in England as critical friends. I want to thank the members, officers and partners who gave their time so openly during this process. The feedback we've received recognises the strength of our political and organisational leadership, the commitment and capability of our workforce, and the clarity of ambition that we have set for Cornwall. It also rightly challenges us to be honest and upfront about our capacity and how we sustain that ambition in an increasingly constrained financial environment. We welcome the review findings. They reinforce the importance of focusing on resilience and delivery, and they will directly inform the action plan that we will now develop and share with you. Just as importantly, the review confirms that this is an organisation willing to listen and learn and improve. It highlights a strong culture of partnership, openness and ambition, but also the need to be disciplined about where we focus our effort, particularly as demand grows and resources continue to tighten. That balance between ambition and capacity will be the central theme of our response and of the work ahead. We're expecting the full report back by March, which we will publish. I'd also like to update members on 2 motions from full council in September that were referred to Cabinet. Firstly, following a recent meeting with the Cabinet member for Transport, the divisional member for Lanson, and the member who brought forward the motion on the trial parking tariff adjustment at Lanson Cattle Market, we have agreed to proceed with a trial to see what effect a change in the parking tariff might have on both parking capacity and income. This would help us understand whether this approach could work on other parts of Cornwall, especially in places where our usual interventions haven't had the impact we'd like. A motion relating to the provision of mobile phones or second SIM to elected members was referred to the chairman of the Constitution and Governance Committee. This was because the committee has responsibilities in respect of advising the relevant cabinet member on such member support, financial and operational issues that may be raised from time to time. The committee met on the 6th of January and considered a report on this matter and heard about the experience of members to support their debate. Its recommendations will now be considered by Councillor Painter as Cabinet Member for Resources at the individual decision day on the 25th of February. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Constitution and Governance Committee for their approach on this issue. Finally, I would like to end on a positive and practical note for members. A new round of Community Infrastructure Levy or SIL funding is now open, with up to £100,000 available for community-led projects that improve local spaces and help create pride in place. This is a real opportunity for members to get involved, and I'd encourage you to champion SIL in your divisions, work with town and parish councils and community groups, and help turn great ideas into great realities. Even in this challenging financial climate, there is a practical way that we can keep investing in Cornwall's communities, and that is something I'm sure we can all get behind. Moraz.
Thank you, Leader. Move on now to the minutes of the meeting held on the 25th of November 2025. A reminder to members that the minutes are considered to determine whether they are an accurate reflection of the previous meetings or not. They are not intended to be verbatim. I am aware that members have been contacted by a member of the public who had asked a public question at the previous meeting of full council. Following that meeting, it was acknowledged by officers to the member of the public that they had made an error in the information that was provided to Councillor Marrington and then read out at the meeting. In that period to make an appeal against an abatement notice was said to be 28 days when it was in fact 21 days. An apology was made for this error outside of the meeting. This error does not require an amendment to the minutes or any other further resolutions by the council. Although I'm looking into Councillor Elvey, who might have some words to help me on this one.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for that acknowledgement of the factual error that was made in the information given to Councillor Marrington. The other point I'd like to make, and I fully take on board that the minutes are not a verbatim record of the meeting. However, the way that public questions are minuted, if you look at those minutes, all of the other public questions, there is a verbatim response, or the response that the cabinet member gave is recorded verbatim in the minutes. However, for Mr. Jackson's question, a bit at the end was missing. I can read the bit that's missing if you'd like, but my request is that the minutes are amended to include the full response given by Councillor Marrington, so it's consistent with that of the other public questions on the day.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Marrington, are you happy to second that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. And we've got those words. Thank you very much, Councillor Elvey. So I'll therefore move that, and I can accept that amendment without a vote, can't I? Yeah, I can accept that without going to an individual vote on that. I'll therefore move that the minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, the 25th of November 2025 are correctly recorded and they signed by the chairman. Councillor Thomas, will you second?
Please second, Chairman.
All those in favour? Let's count that. Is that carried? Thank you very much. Questions from the public. So we have 6 questions. Question number 1 is from Mr. Atherfold of Camborne, who is not in attendance. So I'll ask the Vice Chairman to read the question.
Given the considerable disruption of the closure of Main Road through Beacon is causing due to collapse mine workings, can the highways portfolio explain why repairs are taken so long to commence?
Thank you. And Councillor Rogerson, would you like to answer that question?
And Miraz Kadoria. Given the council as Highways Authority has commissioned Cormac to address safety risks caused by the significant historic mining feature beneath the carriageway. The investigations revealed that while the surface hole appeared small, the underlying void is extensive, leaving the road unsupported, and the road cannot reopen, therefore, without major works. The investigations confirmed that the issue is linked to a steeply inclined historic mine excavation over 12 metres deep, spanning the road's width. Remediation is complicated by sewerage and water services located adjacent to and beneath the site, so we're working closely with utility companies and we're pressing them for an agreed start date. We're awaiting their proposals to either support or divert services. Without this, there is a risk of further collapse and property damage. A broken sewer could have major environmental impacts, and water ingress could worsen subsidence, increasing costs and delays. The Cormac Works team is fully prepared and ready to begin as soon as the utilities have completed their necessary works. We're acting as quickly as possible, but progress depends on the utility providers completing their part. Further updates will be shared via the council's social media.
Thank you very much. Question 2. This question is from Mr. Goodman of St Austell, who is in attendance. Welcome, Mr. Goodman. Let's put your question.
Does the leader agree that Labour's plans to massively increase business rates for Cornwall businesses on top of their disastrous budget from last year risks sounding the death knell for many of our retail, hospitality and leisure businesses? And will he be supporting Councillor Mustow's motion on this matter?
Thank you. Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. I feel like a bit of deja vu because the short answer is no, I don't agree. But as you have again travelled so far to ask the question, I will expand a bit. So this is my personal view. I believe that business rates are actually an archaic tax that are fit for nobody. I don't think they work anymore. I think there is a complete industry of solicitors that get very rich by helping businesses avoid paying business rates. That is no good for anybody. What should be in place, and a Liberal Democrat policy, is that actually we replace business rates with a land value tax, which I'm amenable to, but I'm also amenable to a simple sales tax. I just think we are at this stage now where business rates don't work for people anymore. They don't work for businesses. Big businesses are good at avoiding them. Solicitors will help small businesses to avoid them for a fee. And how is that fair on anybody? And I completely disagree with it. On the actual motion, I won't give a view yet because I may be swayed by the debate.
Thank you. Thank you, Leader. Mr. Goodman, do you have a supplemental question?
Not today. I won't be asking him to march to London anymore.
Thank you very much. Question 3. This question is from Mr. Redgewell of Wadebridge, who is in attendance. Mr. Redgewell, can I ask you to ask your question, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So the question I'm asking is about on the 15th February this year. First group will leave Cornwall, apart from its express coach services. And the services will transfer to Go Ahead Group, an Australian Spanish company based in northeast of England. But the issue is of the assets. We got bus stations and depots that are owned by First, including St Ives bus station, access to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Redford, you've got a question in front of you that you wrote out for us. You're supposed to read your question to us.
I was just summarising it, but yeah.
You don't need the background, thank you.
Okay, so it's about those bus stations at Camborne, Truro, Newquay, and Falmouth, and what will happen about the transfer of those bus stations and assets from First Group to go ahead, and is Cornwall Council involved in that? And then the other issue is about the frequency of services from the 15th of February, evenings and Sundays, which there is still a lot of concern about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rogerson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Ridgewell, and for following up on some of the issues. You were there at Cabinet as well, and you keep in touch with me regularly on these and with others I know. The Council is progressing the transfer of leases for assets that are either owned by or leased to the Council. And this work includes the necessary legal due diligence. For assets that are commercially owned by First, those transfers are a commercial matter for the company. Regardless of ownership, the Council is working with operators to ensure that bus access is safeguarded across our communities and to limit impacts on customers of those changes. With regards to frequency of evening and Sunday services, we'll continue to monitor performance. Any enhancements must be evidence-based and sustainable to take into account the financial challenges which are being experienced by the industry.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rogerson. Mr. Ridgewell, do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah, in view of the fact that we received £30 million from UK Government Department for Transport, will the Cabinet and the Executive Member look particularly at the frequencies around some of those services? St Ives to Penzance is one of concern, and Penzance to up to Truro in the evenings and Sundays, and from Helston to Falmouth. These frequencies are reduced to 2 hourly, and if people need to go to work, get to hospital, I'm concerned about them getting home. They're hourly frequencies at the moment under First Group. Can we just have a review of those? And the other points are about, there's still concern in Mousehole and in Fowey about making sure the buses can go into the village as opposed to villages, as opposed to stopping on the edge. If those issues,
thank you. I think
I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're asking the questions that people are asking later on. But Councillor Rogerson, you've got your answers ready for this, haven't you?
I think you're right, Chair, in that there's a question coming later on some of those issues, and I'll come back to that at the appointed time. But I think it does highlight that these issues are felt keenly by many people in the area that's been hitherto served by First, and they want to see services protected or, of course, enhanced. That's what we would all like to see. I would like to point out, though, in regard to the 30 million figure, which Mr. Ridgewell's quoted, that is across the whole period of the settlement, which means that actually when you divide that by the years that it covers, we're looking at pretty much the same as we've had. Now, I welcome the fact the government hasn't cut the money that's going into bus services there, but it's certainly not. It has, it could be misconstrued as a £30 increase, or an extra money. It isn't that at all. It's business as usual. And as Mr. Ridgewell knows, in the run up to the next bus sort of framework contract that we'll be working towards, or franchising process, depending on which way we as here in Cornwall decide to go. That there will be big costs from 2028 onwards, so we have to be very careful of what we're doing. Those commercial services, as I said in my earlier answer, it's really good that we have another commercial operator that's coming in to offer them, and we'll work closely with them to monitor patronage and so on, and to make sure that we take the opportunities that are there to provide the services that people want and people use, which is the key thing to make this sustainable.
Thank you. Question number 4 is from Mr. West of Camborne, who's not in attendance, so I'll ask the Vice Chairman to read the question.
With the Department of Transport awarding Cornwall Council £30 million of bus grant and the transfer of bus and coach services from First Group plc to go ahead, Cornwall bus operation, it's very important that the Cornwall Council set up a public transport passengers forum. When will this be set up?
Thank you. And Councillor Rogerson, would you like to answer that one?
Thank you, Chair. I agree that structured passenger engagement is essential, and I discussed this issue with officers last year. We're currently scoping a bus engagement forum to ensure broad and meaningful input from both users and non-users, so those who currently use the services and those who would like to or are interested in the future of them. The forum's remit will focus on local bus services, coach services are commercial and outside the council's remit. We're aiming to ensure that users and non-users, including those with accessibility needs, have an opportunity to engage with us in a meaningful manner as we progress with the franchising and bus reform pilot study and beyond.
Thank you. Question number 5 is from Miss Keller Portreath, who isn't not in attendance. Oh, who is not in attendance. Vice Chair, would you like to read the question?
Yes, okay. With the First Group PLC transfer of buses to Cornwall, Cornwall on the 15th of February 2026, there are major frequent cuts in services from Byzance to St Ives and Camborne bus station, to Truro bus station, and from Elston to Byzance and Falmouth. Will Cornwall Council restore hourly services?
And once again, that goes to Councillor Rogerson, very popular today.
That remains to be seen, but thank you, Chairman, nonetheless. Go Cornwall Bus will be operating their new services commercially as part of Transport for Cornwall, with no financial support from Cornwall Council from 15th of February. Go Cornwall Bus are not able to replicate the current First Bus network, as it would not be financially sustainable, as is indeed reflected in First's reasons for withdrawing those services. And that's explained in the press release on the 21st of November. Go Cornwall Bus have remained committed to keeping all communities connected that currently have a bus service. Go Cornwall Bus will monitor the performance, usage and travel patterns of customers on the network over coming months, and will make any adjustments to frequencies, timing and capacities as are needed. So we highly encourage Ms Kell to look at the Transport for Cornwall website, where there are details of the new timetables and they've been announced, so the details of each specific service section can be found, and I suspect she's looking at that keenly already. On occasion, service timetables have been improved to increase reliability, and on certain routes, capacity has also been increased.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rogerson. Question number 6 is from Mr Elliott of Truro, who is not in attendance, so I'll ask the Vice Chairman to read the question.
Please, Mr Chairman.
What is the point of order, sorry?
Exactly.
No, go on. What is the point of order?
I'd like to know your point of order of being allowed to expel Captain Elliott from asking the question himself. So I would like to know what point of order your legal advice has been based on. I can't find it in our standing orders that somebody is excluded. I believe he has the knowledge to challenge this authority in an area that we need challenging on, that's Newquay Airport, and we are using this moment against the individual and not following our own rules and regulations. So I would like to ask you what standing order you're using to deny Captain Elliott that right.
Bring in the monitoring officer on that.
Thank you. So the issue here is that Mr Elliott has been declared a vexatious and unreasonable complainant by the Standards Committee, and in the Standards Committee reaching that conclusion, they have given the monitoring officer, that's myself, the discretion to consider access to meetings, including the posing of public questions. That said, I recognise the public interest in this question, so I think it's fair that the question is posed, but also the chairman has the discretion in terms of questions to allow a supplemental or not, and it was concluded that supplemental wouldn't be allowed in these circumstances as well. So I think that explains the circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. So whilst we don't allow Mr Elliott to email us, we are allowing him to ask the question, and I'm going to ask my Vice Chairman to read out the question.
Does the leader agree there are gross mismanagement issues at Newquay Airport, which lost 1.6 million of taxpayers' money over Eastern Airways by failing to conduct a levy seizure and credit control failings, and also the PSO airline flying at only 20% occupancy since 23/11/25, costing the taxpayer millions.
I'm going to put that to the leader of the council, Councillor Frost, please.
Thank you, Chair. Eastern Airways entered administration in November 2025, owing £28.7 million to 416 creditors nationally. Among these was Cornwall Airport Newquay, owed 1.57 million. Administrators have stated that there is no prospect of a dividend for unsecured creditors. The debt owed to the airport largely reflects fixed routine airport charges such as landing, safety and handling related fees, accrued while flights were operating consistent with other UK airports also appearing as unsecured creditors in the administration. The debt arose within the public service obligation contract for the Newquay London route. While the airport was owed for standard charges, the PSO contract itself sits with the council. Prior to Eastern's collapse, the airline was making payments to reduce its arrears to the airport, and no payments were made to Eastern Airways from the council. This reflected an ongoing effort to manage down the balance whilst keeping Cornwall connected. Up until the time that the airline entered into administration, Eastern was still flying the PSO and actively reducing its outstanding balance. Moving to detain aircraft would have risked immediate disruption to the PSO during a sensitive period when the council was seeking to procure a new PSO contract, potentially severing Cornwall's only direct daily link to London, where continuity was most critical. On that basis, the airport and council continued to manage the debt through normal commercial controls while safeguarding connectivity. The 80% empty seats figure quoted publicly was lifted from an earlier council response without the accompanying explanation. Immediately after Eastern's collapse, and with only a week's notice following Blue Island's separate failure, Skybus had to start operating an interim PSO contract using a larger temporary aircraft to keep Cornwall connected. Skybus also restricted ticket sales to align with the intended smaller aircraft to avoid overbooking during the transition. With a more appropriate aircraft now in service for the route and demand, that early figure is not representative of expected PSO performance over the remaining months of the interim service. The financial impact on Cornwall arose from the national collapse of a private airline, not mismanagement by the airport nor the council. Decisions at the time balanced continuity of the PSO, ongoing repayments and value for money, whilst ensuring Cornwall's strategic air link was maintained during a volatile period. The PSO continues to be managed to deliver essential connectivity and improving performance for residents, visitors and businesses.
Thank you, Leader. We now move on to agenda item number 8, to note the result of the by-election for the St Column and Colne electoral division. I can confirm that Heinz Glanville, the Reform UK candidate, to be the duly elected councillor for the St Column and Colne electoral division. Congratulations, Councillor Glanville. Would you like to say a few words at this point?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Obviously, this is all new to me and it's going right over my head, but I'd like to say a few thank yous if I could. I'd like to thank the people that I've met within this building because they've been really, really helpful in showing me which way to go. I'd like to thank the Reform for the hard work that they put in to regain this seat and keep this seat. And I'd like to thank everybody that went out and voted. Didn't matter which party it was, but it put us on the map out there, and I'm really pleased. And that's basically what I've got to say. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. Thank you. Agenda item number 9, allocation of seats. I'll ask Councillor Tarrant to propose and Councillor Creek to second the recommendation set out on page 27 of the agenda. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak.
Yeah, I propose that. Thank you, Chair.
So I've got a proposer and a seconder. No one wants to say anything. Do we go straight to the vote? Lovely, excellent. Right, I'm going to go straight to the vote on show of hands. Carried. Thank you very much. Designation of the Section 151 officer. I'll ask the leader to move and Councillor Painter to second the recommendation set out on page 35 of the agenda. Does anyone have anything to say on that one? It's going to be, right? I've got the leader to propose and Councillor Painter to second the recommendation. Oh, I haven't got a leader. That's what you're saying.
I'm happy to propose. I think the leader's just taken a quick break, not realising you'd be so quick, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Rogerson, would you like to second that one? Thank you very much.
Happy to second.
Right. Anybody got anything to say on this matter? No. In that case, we'll go to the vote. Show of hands, please. Thank you very much. That's carried. Right. Agenda item number 11.1. Review of Council Procedure Rule 12. Motions on notice. I'll ask Councillor Cole to move and Councillor Rouse to second the recommendation set out on page 41 of the agenda. I'm going to ask Councillor Cole to speak first and then Councillor Rose, and then I'll invite other speakers. So Councillor Cole.
Thank you. It's my hope that this recommendation from the Constitution and Governance Committee will be well received. I feel we had a really good discussion at our meeting on the 6th of January. It was a positive meeting and we even had cake because it was the Vice Chair's birthday. I'll try to help by just summarising the key points of what is proposed. Members from across this chamber have repeatedly made it clear that they want more motions to be debated. It is therefore recommended that motions which relate to an executive function can be considered. Such an advisory motion, however, cannot bind the Cabinet, but such votes will inform Cabinet members about the views of the wider Council. It is also proposed to put in place parameters to support effective agenda management. This may be summarised as follows. Full Council meetings should not extend past 6 o'clock. We need to confirm this, not least because the building's closed at 7 o'clock. Statutory business needs to be dealt with in advance of the discussion of motions, as we have to prioritise our core business. There will be up to 3 hours for dealing with motions, though any that we do not get to will be referred to the relevant body. And the Chair can order the motions on the agenda, though this will be in consultation with the group leaders. I sincerely hope the councillors feel our recommendations will be workable and an improvement. I move them as set out, but I would add that the Constitution and Governance Committee is also committed to carrying out a review in 12 months' time about how the new approach goes. Obviously, that's subject to a positive vote today, and we can address then whether any further changes or modifications are needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rouse, do you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you to the Chairman of C&G for his helpful summary. We're pleased to see members attending C&G, engaging with us and engaging on matters that are important, helping us review and improve how the Council conducts its business. I'd like to think Councillor Cole and I are traditionalists, yet modernists when it comes to the Constitution. We've been around long enough now to at least think that we know what works and what doesn't work. But our work programme is open to all, and we're keen to hear new ideas. And the 2 recommendations from us today reflect exactly that. So thank you, Chair, for bringing this to C&G. Having been up on the top table, there is nothing more frustrating than being told what motions should and should not be debated in this chamber. So this recommendation today moves to facilitate greater debate in here, something I'm sure we all want to see. Clearly demonstrating to the residents of Cornwall that we are here to speak up for them, allowing us to debate topical issues of importance as they arise. These motions will be non-binding, advisory, but it gives full council a clear voice in informing future important decisions, a voice we currently do not have. However, to accommodate this, we have had to put some parameters in place, as you'll see on page 42 of the reports pack, which the Chairman has summarised. We believe these measures are, allow us to do this effectively and efficiently but we will be reviewing them in 12 months. So therefore, I am pleased to second this recommendation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rouse. No, anybody else like to speak on this? Put your hands up now, please. Gosh. Right, well, at this point, I should come back to Councillor Cole. I don't think you've got anything to say. In that case, we'll put it to the vote. Show of hands, please. It's carried. Thank you very much. Agenda item 11.2, use of chairman. I'll ask Councillor Cole to move and Councillor Rose to second the recommendation set out on page 91 of the agenda. So before going to questions, Councillor Cole.
Thank you. Our second recommendation today relates to the terminology to be used for the person chairing meetings. Consideration of this matter was requested by a councillor who felt that such gendered language was not inclusive in this modern age. I would add that other elected members also commented to me in advance of the discussion that this debate was needed. Again, we had a wide-ranging discussion on the 6th of January, and the minutes are included within the paperwork for today's meeting. You might also have read about the meeting on Cornwall Live or in the local press. In our discussion, it was noted that the Local Government Act 1972 and related legislation uses the term chairman when referring to the presiding member of a council or committee. The resolution that was agreed and is in front of you today was that the term chairman be replaced with chair, and that the following note be included in the Constitution, and I quote, "Where legislation refers to chairman, the council interprets this as chair for the purposes of equality and diversity, except where the statutory term must be used for legal compliance." This was agreed unanimously by those voting members present at the meeting, though I acknowledge that some members attending by Teams were less supportive. I am pleased to move the recommendation as set out in advance of today's debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Rouse.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. For the most part, a pretty straightforward debate at C&G for this one. Thank you to Councillor Gripper for bringing this to us. In my view, this is a simple and straightforward recommendation. This council chamber is the most diverse I have ever seen it, but we still have so far to go. We want this chamber, our committee rooms and all of our buildings to be diverse and inclusive environments to enable our residents in every corner of Cornwall to get the very best representatives. As it stands, we're bound by the 1972 Local Government Act, legislation over 50 years old and in many ways outdated. We respect that legislation, but times have changed. The committee looked at the benchmarking done of the approach of other local authorities, and for the most part, there has been a shift to a similar approach that we are bringing forward today. This brings us in line with other councils across the country. So I'm therefore pleased to second the recommendation, Chair, except from where, as a statutory requirement for legal compliance, the council interprets the word chairman as chair for those within positions of authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, hands up, anyone who'd like to speak on this one. Councillor Tarrant and Councillor Mitchell. Jenkins, Councillor Rouse. Let's go. Barker. Juliet, what's the name line? Thank you. I just wrote T down. Thank you. Councillor Tarrant, followed by Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, honestly, as a personal issue, I don't mind if you call them chair or chairman. I just think it's a shame that the valuable time of this council is wasted on this. So much time spent on this. We've had some members of us in that committee. I think there are more important things to be discussing, whether we use chair or chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell, followed by Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chairman. I have the same sense of, are we really having to debate this at full council? However, as much as anybody resents, dislikes, feels unhappy with the word and being addressed as chairman, I have just as great a sense and feeling of being referred to as chair. I'm not a lump of furniture, and I do not wish to be referred to as a chair when I'm performing the role of making sure that the business of the council is executed in an orderly and respectful manner. We have the option where you can go, I'm chairing this meeting, and I do wish to be referred to as chair, chairperson, madam chairman, or even chairman, regardless of sex. So just as much as anybody resents the term chairman, I resent and have great feeling about being referred to as a chair. I will not be supporting this motion in any form at all.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins, followed by Councillor Rowe.
Miraz Kaderia. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Jenkins, you need to sit down. The camera won't see you.
Yeah, Dr. Genif, sorry. Yeah, Miraz Kaderia. In the light of, I don't disagree with the motion as such, but I think it ties us up in knots. And actually, in the light of part 3 being granted to the Cornish language, a simple solution would be to call everyone Kaderia, which is not gender specific and means the one who operates the chair. So perhaps we could actually acknowledge that you can also be called Kaderia in Cornish as part of the recommendation. It's not an amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Rowe, followed by Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. In this country, we live in a patriarchy that seeks to deliberately oppress women from reaching their potential and competing with men. To do this, the system puts societal and cultural barriers in the way, and language is one of those barriers. It is used to tell women where they are not wanted. And when I was young, we had policemen, firemen, ambulance men, etc. And this is a clear message to women to let them know that these jobs are not for them, as they require men to do them. Many brave and courageous women stormed those barriers, and at great personal cost, they smashed those stereotypes, so that we now talk about police officers, firefighters, and paramedics, which are all now gender neutral terms. The language you use is important. For me, the term chairman is another one of those barriers that is there to tell women and girls they are not welcomed, and that these roles are there for men only. And even if they do fight to get their place at the table, it is only as a surrogate man, and they will be referred to using a masculine title. Let's get rid of that barrier, and let's send a very clear message out that a woman is as valued as a man, and that everyone is judged on their merit, not gender. And let's use a gender neutral term, such as chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe, followed by Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chairman. I shall be brief. I will not be supporting this motion. I've been chairman of committees in the past, chairman of town councils. I'm more than happy to be called chairman. And actually, if people prefer, they can call you Madam Chairman. I'm very disappointed that this council is wasting so much officers' time debating this when there are so many difficult issues we need to address. I think it'll bring a lot of work for the Standards Committee, because what will happen if we address the wrong chairman in the wrong way? Can somebody tell me? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barker, followed by Councillor Lynham.
Thank you, Chair. I acknowledge the external optics that this will bring. Again, the fact that we're debating this at all at a full council meeting just seems to be wrong to me. If there is a generic term, then you know, I'd argue that chairperson's a clunky term that probably none of us would want to use. And chair is possibly a standard you would want to adopt. I hear the issues around women's rights, and obviously I fully support those. But again, it's the fact that we're debating this in the council chamber. It just seems wrong to me. People expect better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, for something people don't want to debate, I've got a growing list of speakers. Councillor Lynham, followed by Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I do appreciate the intent behind this motion. I'm concerned that by changing this language, it risks papering over the long history of sexism that has excluded women from such roles. I think actually the word chairman in itself is a useful reminder of this history, and I don't see any advance in equality of changing the language. I don't think changing the language is enough in terms of advancing equality for women. I think there's many more practical things that can be done. Changing language doesn't change reality, just in the same way as self-identification of sex doesn't change reality. I'm happy with chairman. I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Donathorne, followed by Councillor Ball.
Yeah, thank you. Just to support the comments raised by other councillors, including Councillor Pascoe, who I supported at committee. I similarly have concerns about the enforceability of this when it comes to changing the constitution and also looking at the terminology being used. It's not necessarily implicit in the wording in front of us, but as we all know, things can change in this council. I also think that there should be flexibility in members using, there are members in this council chamber already who use the word chair. Some use chairman. When Councillor Giles was chairman, I refer to her as Madam Chairman. I think we should just trust individual members to be able to use the correct wording, and we don't need to keep changing the rules. We should just trust the judgment of councillors.
Thank you. Councillor Ball, then Councillor Ashton.
Whereas it's not very often I agree with Councillor Tarrant on many things in this chamber, but on this occasion I do. Women are just as capable as men to be the chairman of any committee, and keep changing it the way that we are is not appropriate. Here we are again wasting time when residents want us to focus on addresses that affect them, and we're only debating as what we're going to call something. It's up to the chairman of any committee as to what they're going to be addressed, and that's how it should be done.
Thank you. And Councillor Ashton.
Thank you, Chairman. I am not going to be supporting this recommendation. I believe I've served over the years under many formidable women who have preferred the term chairman. And I believe it's down to the individual chairs or chairman. I'm not opposed to the word chair at all. And I think it should be an individual decision by the person who is taking the responsibility for each committee. So I won't be supporting this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell, you want to come back?
I'd like to move an amendment.
An amendment that you don't want to waste any more time on it, or that you want to prolong this discussion?
Touche, Mr. Chairman, but I actually want to see everybody serving on this council to feel happy and contented. And by saying the word chairman, I certainly mean no disrespect. And I actually think, like the previous speaker, many capable women, and it doesn't hold them back. And I actually place women way above men in every walk of life. So I would like to move an amendment that the individual chairing a meeting at the beginning of that meeting says, I wish to be called, and that we accept that. And if it is chair, chairman, Madam Chairman, or whatever, but the individual, so that they feel content and happy and unpicked on, actually have the right to say what they wish to be addressed as. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for that? I think Councillor Ball at the back was first. You were seconding that. Thank you.
Yes, seconding.
We have to debate the amendment now. So are there any speakers on the amendment?
Can we go to the vote?
So if we've got no speakers on the amendment, We vote on the amendment then. So there's an amendment is, we need to go back to the proposer of the amendment.
I won't take up any extra time summing up, but my amendment is that the individual chairing the meeting at the beginning of that meeting states how they wish to be addressed.
Yeah, sorry, I need to go back to Councillor Cole. Sorry.
Obviously, I've made it clear the Vice Chairman and I have encouraged members to come to meetings of Constitution and Governance, and I repeat that now for all future meetings. If you've got issues, please come and take part. The issue I've got here is that I think we need to clarify what the wording is for this motion, how it fits exactly within the Constitution, because, and I believe it's important that if you are going to vote on this, you actually have to have some wording on the screen that people know exactly what it's done and that everything is tied up. And can we do that in time, or do we have to refer it back to get the wording done and then brought back? I'd like some clarity on that, please, from the top table.
We can't put it on the screen. I think we've got the wording. We'll read it out again. Councillor Ewart, you want to come in?
This is on the amendment, correct? I can talk on the amendment.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah. So I guess my question about that is, I don't have any objection to people stating what they want to, but are we defined in what we can be asked to be referred to? So, for example, as the chair, not the chairman, of Together for Families, can I request to be referred to as the Lord High Admiral during that meeting?
I'm happy to sum up now.
So now the wording of the amendment is read out by the monitoring officer.
I'll try to get this right, and it may not capture the exact wording that Councillor Andrew Mitchell has proposed, just so we try and capture, I think, that the tenor of the debate. So, at the start of a meeting, the individual chairing the meeting confirms how they wish to be addressed, and maybe following Councillor Ewart's comment, in brackets, using an appropriate form, close brackets.
Councillor Ewart, I don't want to progress this. I'd like to progress it. Councillor Ewart.
Just very quickly, I'm with Councillor Cole here that if we're adding things like this into something that's gone through Constitution and Governance, it needs to go back to Constitution and Governance, because we don't know what are the terms that we are agreeing can be used. We're spending so much time debating this. It is an absurdity.
I think members understand. It's all very amusing, your comment, but I think members understand at the start. No, we're going to go to the vote on this, Councillor Mitchell. We've got a proposal that I'm going to the vote on this now. We've got a proposal that's individual. Oh, we haven't got the wording right. Come on, Councillor Towell, come on.
Councillor, just a quick question. When we say at the beginning of the meeting, is it in every meeting or the meeting after the May period where we have a new chairman in place?
Point.
Point of order. Can I move that we go to a vote? This is absurd.
Sorry, point of order also, don't you need to go to the Cole to see whether he accepts the
Sorry,
amendment
can you all
or
be
not.
quiet for a second? We're going to have a series of points of order. We've got one point of order, and that's that. You stood there, you sat there and said, we don't want to waste time on this. And what are we doing? What do people think of as they look at? Huh? It's ridiculous. I would like to go to the vote. Have we got some wording? Are we happy with the wording? Just very briefly, you're happy with the wording? Your second is happy. So can we just check?
So members, you're being asked to vote on the amendment, which will add words to the original motion. It's not replacing anything. The rest of the motion stands with that additional wording.
Okay, so we're going to the vote. So all those in favour of Councillor Mitchell's amendment, please raise your hands. All those against? Any abstentions? That's carried. So then we go back. We go back to Councillor Cole now, who sums up. Back to you, Councillor Cole. Any comment you want to make on that? I'll just briefly say that just for Councillor Towell. For Councillor Towell, it will be at the beginning of the year when people are elected. Councillor Kenny, you're waving madly.
I can't believe I'm actually talking on this, but just as a matter of interest, what are you going to write in the Constitution when you're referring to this person who is managing a committee? What term will you use?
Chair or chairman. So what do we do? Okay, we go to the vote on the substantive motion now. There's no need for any more speaking. All those in favour of the substantive motion, that's the whole thing, including the amendment. It's including this is including the amendment, so it's Green Chair and Chairman. Sorry. Yeah. We're agreeing that people will say at the beginning of the meeting, at the beginning of the year. All those against? All those against?
Sorry, what are we voting? Sorry, I'm not really clear on what we're voting here, Chair. Could you please state what we're voting on?
Voting on the substantive motion, which includes the amendment. What page is it on? It's page 91, including the amendment.
Point of order, Chair.
Against.
Point of order. I don't think people understood what they were voting on. Can we actually have it read out?
It's page 91 of the agenda with the amendment. So we passed the amendment. Yes. Members, members, no point you're chatting amongst yourselves and then telling me you don't understand. We voted on the amendment. Yes. That becomes the substantive motion. That is that at the start of the year, we decide whether we're going to be called chairs or chairman, and there it is. And we've taken a vote on the amendment, So now it's on to the substantive motion. I'm going to do it again. We'll take a vote on the substantive motion that I've just said, which includes the amendment. All those in favour? And those against? And any abstentions? And that's carried. Thank you. Right, we're going to do one motion before we break for lunch. Motion 12.1. Council said it values trial by jury. Proposer Councillor Towell, seconder Councillor Blackman. In accordance with rule 12.4, I'm using my discretion to enable this motion to be debated today. I'll therefore ask Councillor Towell to move and Councillor Blackman to second the motion set out in page 101 of the agenda pack. Councillor Towell.
Mr. Chairman, at the last full council meeting, we opposed the introduction of compulsory digital ID. Under pressure from many quarters, the government has stepped back from the compulsory element, at least for now. But yet another affront to our civil liberties is underway. Trial by jury, rooted in Article 39 of Magna Carta, is the backdrop of our judicial system. It safeguards us from concentrated judicial power and upholds the democratic principle of being judged by one's peers. Juries provide protection against unconscious bias, political interference, and institutional pressures. While ordinary citizens bring diversity, legitimacy, and balance to the courtroom. It is striking how strong the legal profession objects to the current proposals. Edward Fitzgerald KC is a renowned barrister and former member of Dolce Street Chambers. He has simply said juries should be kept. Dolce Chambers is where Sakir Sharma practiced for about 20 years, and Fitzgerald was the Prime Minister's mentor to the bar. Dolce Street Chambers itself are firmly opposed to the proposals to the removal of trial by jury in all but the most serious crimes. Their proposals are wrong in principle, they say. There is no evidence that this will resolve the Crown Court's backlog. If, like me, you value our heritage and the ancient custom of trial by jury and the protection it offers against overreach, then we must all stand up and express our strong opposition to these proposals. The motion is laid out in page 101 of your packs, and I strongly commend it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Towell. Now, Councillor Blackman, are you happy to second that?
I'm happy to second it. Can I speak on the subject as well? Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. The plans to greatly reduce the number of jury trials, possibly up to 75%, according to Solicitor News, have gone down like a lead balloon everywhere, except the government front bench. Backbench MPs from all parties opposed the so-called swift courts in all 3 December debates, and even Labour MPs are eyeing the exit. The Criminal Bar Association and the Bar Council have called the proposals draconian. When the legal profession, the public and Parliament all say the same thing, it's worth listening. And it is also worth remembering that back in 2020, when trial by jury was last under threat, there was one particularly passionate defender who wrote in the Telegraph that juries were part of the bedrock of our democracy and essential to fairness and representation in the criminal justice system. That defender is now the Justice Secretary. What a remarkable volte-face. Will this reduce the 80,000 case Crown Court backlog? Very unlikely, as my colleague here concurs. Sir Brian Leveson estimates that restricting jury trials would save just 4,000 to 5,000 sitting days, only 4% of the total 110,000 days that Crown Courts sit each year. I assume a few of us here fear being prosecuted for burglary, affray, fraud, or criminal damage. But who knows when one of us may find ourselves in front of a judge for a poorly phrased post or a controversial opinion. According to research by the Free Speech Union, a judge is twice as likely as a jury to convict someone of a speech-related offence under the Online Safety Act 2023. One wonders whether the government is preparing not for efficiency, but for dissent on the streets or online. Thank you. I'm happy to second this motion, and I hope everyone else will agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Hands up who'd like to speak on this motion. So, Kenny, Paul, Connor. Councillor Kenny, followed by Councillor Ball. Sorry, Councillor Kenny, followed by Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Chair. I was very grateful to Councillor Towell for asking me to support this motion. I think it's important to say that it's not a political issue. It is, in fact, a cross-party, or it should be a cross-party consideration. You either think the traditional right of jury trials are important, or you don't. I understand that the court system is an absolute crisis. I've never understood, as a former magistrate, I'm sure I'm not the only former magistrate or magistrate here, I've never understood why, whenever there's a financial crisis, they've cut the money to the criminal system, justice system, because that's why we're in this mess. There are other things you can do. You don't need a sledgehammer to just utterly get rid of jury trials. I think there are times when you should have a judge and two lay magistrates. I think in the long financial cases, I don't object to that suggestion. I think that is probably not suitable for jury trials because they're too long and the only people who can actually do them may not understand finance. But to actually just wipe out juries just like that, totally wrong.
Thank you. Councillor Ball, followed by Councillor O'Connell.
Yeah, for as much as there is pressure on justice system and everything like that, I'm a little bit shocked that we're wasting time yet again on writing letters. That's not what I was elected to do. I was elected to address issues directly from my residents. We're wasting time, so I won't be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connell, followed by Councillor Gray.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you very much. I mean, look, I support this motion because trial by jury is not procedural detail. It's the cornerstone of public confidence in justice and a critical component in the very fabric of our society. The government's proposals are framed as a response to court backlogs. Those pressures are real, but efficiency must never replace legitimacy. and speed must never come at the cost of trust in the justice system. Trial by jury ensures justice is not only done, but is seen to be done, with ordinary citizens bringing independence, common sense and accountability into the courtroom. Removing juries from cases carrying sentences of up to 3 years is not a minor adjustment. It is a significant constitutional shift. Many of those cases still have life-changing consequences. They are not minor to victims, defendants or communities. This motion does not ask Cornwall Council to interfere in the courts. It simply asks us to state clearly that we value trial by jury and recognise the civic contribution of Cornish jurors and are prepared to stand up for a principle that underpins public trust. For those reasons, I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gray, followed by Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chairman. I feel there is a further concern in the system where the accused are cautioned that if they plead not guilty, they will receive a full sentence or fine, or could receive a full sentence or fine. If found guilty, but if they plead not guilty, they will get a reduced sentence or fine. This is particularly concerning for people who can't afford legal representation. Taking away the right to a jury will be a further erosion to our judicial system, and I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barker, followed by Councillor Alvey.
Yes, separation between the state and real people is probably one of the most important and oldest principles we've ever had. I have to support this motion on the basis that in times of trouble where some politicians seem to want to do what they want, we need to fall back on trial by jury as an essential mechanism for check against the state. There is obviously an easy fix for this and have less crime. And I think when you look at this at the top level, that resolves lots of our problems in society. And it begs the question why we've got such an overrun court system. It seems a simple answer, really, just better standards and helping each other. But it's an anathema to me. But I'll be supporting this today.
Thank you, Councillor Alvey, followed by Councillor Marrington.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief because Councillor O'Connor said most of what I was going to say. I think that the key things here, first of all, this is a major change to our judicial system, something that was not in the government's manifesto. And the other point I would make is that the first ratchet of an extreme government is to bend down on the judicial system and remove people's trial ability for trial by jury. So for that reason, I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Marrington, followed by Councillor Tarrant.
My particular point is just that with it being under the 3 years, a lot of domestic abuse cases will fall into that category. Like, for example, non-fatal strangulation, ABH and coercive control, and particularly with something like coercive control, where already you've got charging rates that are very, very low, leaving it to just one single judge, and particularly with things in family courts as well, and now being able to see transcripts, there is it's a very difficult thing to prosecute, and I think there's possibly a lack of understanding. So leaving it to a single judge, I feel is concerning because of the majority of cases falling under that 3-year threshold.
Thank you, Councillor Tarrant.
Thank you, Chairman. Normally call you Chair, but this occasion I'll call you Chairman. A lot of the Labour MPs are not agreeing with us either on the backbench. Labour MP Carl Turner, former lawyer, said he's ashamed of Keir Starmer and his party for bringing this to it, and he also described Justice Minister and David Lammy as lazy.
Thank you. I've got nobody else, so we go back to the proposer. Councillor Towell, do you want to sum up?
Thank you, Simon. Some good input there from everybody, and I would say before we go to a vote that it is easy to dismiss this as a letter being written and sent away. But I do feel that, as I mentioned earlier, with the opposition to digital ID, that we stood up along with many other authorities in the country, and the message got through because it was a grassroots thing where we showed our opposition. And I think we're doing much of the same thing here. We're saying, no, not in our name. And now's our chance to say that.
Thank you. At which point we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Any abstentions? So that's carried. Well done. Well, surprisingly, we're a little ahead of schedule. Want to go to lunch now, or do you want to leave it till the next motion? I've got no idea what you're saying, so we're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back here at 10 to 1. Thank you very much. take your seats, members. We're going to start in a minute. The live stream is live now, members, so we're going to start off. If you can take your seats. Item 12.2, Cornwall Council supports retail, hospitality and leisure businesses in Cornwall. Proposed by Councillor Musto, seconded Councillor Alvey. Councillor Musto, are you ready to make your proposal?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. May I first apologise to the Chamber today for not bringing this motion out to the groups for wider support before it was published due to Christmas timescales. From speaking to many of you subsequently, I know this issue rightly enjoys much support from across the Chamber, and I hope this will be reflected when we come to the vote today. Now, firstly, I want to put on note that although I agree with what the late, great David Penhaligon MP said, that you need more in an economy than just tourism, ice cream and deck chairs, that we should also not shy away from the fact that our retail, hospitality and leisure industries are hugely significant to our Cornwall, providing 49,200 job and career opportunities and generating gross value added of 1.35 billion annually. These are huge figures which provide employment for so many of our residents, as well as supporting our primary industries of fishing and farming along the way. Like many who grew up in Cornwall, I started my working life in this sector. The Rising Sun in Portmelon, the Lost Gardens of Heligan and the Central Cafe in Mevagissey, to name but a few. But there is nothing to stop you from making a career in this industries. And I am privileged to know many hard-working people who own, run and work in retail, hospitality and leisure businesses in my wonderful division of Mevagissey and St Austell Bay. And that is why I'm bringing this motion to you today. The Chancellor's latest budget is poison for these vital sectors. Far from it being the supportive reset that the Chancellor and Government is trying to sell it as, these changes to business rates will see retail, hospitality and leisure businesses already struggling because of the pinch of increased employer national insurance contributions and national minimum wage from last year, absolutely hammered in April by an increase in annual business rates of more than 50% in some cases. As an example, 2 pubs in one community I represent will see
30
annual
seconds.
No, it's not. We'll see their annual business rates go up from 5,900 to 10,000 and 29,500 to 67,000. This is just balmy and not sustainable in any way, shape or form. And this just isn't confined to pubs. There are numerous examples of businesses across the retail, hospitality and leisure sectors that are in a similar position. So my motion today asks our leader to write to the Chancellor and set out fully our Council's opposition to these changes, suggesting a range of measures to instead better support these businesses through these difficult times, while also ensuring, that we as a Council are doing what we can to help those affected prepare for these changes and be aware of the support available to them.
Thank you, Councillor Musto. I've not let you not turn over the page. Councillor Alvey, are you happy to second that?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I am. Colleagues, whilst some members of the Council for Retail, Hospitality and Leisure businesses here in Cornwall, every one of us in this room has skin in this game. Whether you represent a rural division with some pubs and convenience stores or represent part of a town with a struggling high street, this motion matters to you and your residents. These small local businesses, which are invariably family owned or run by passionate people, or manage pubs where the landlord is paid on the basis of profit and perhaps also employs a few staff, are quite simply under a sustained attack from all quarters. Minimum wage, national insurance, spiralling utilities costs, reduced customer spending power, cheap supermarket alcohol, I could go on. But for many of these businesses, the exponential hike in business rates will be the final nail in their coffin. Labour may consider that the loss of a few pubs and restaurants in the town centre a price worth paying. I don't, but far more consequential is the loss that the only pub or shop in the rural is the only pub or shop in a rural village. Businesses that are already struggling from reduced footfall due to fewer permanent residents in such settlements. Taking pubs as an example, new analysis from UK Hospitality shows that the average pub's business rates, even with the reduced multiplier and transitional relief, will increase 15% next year, an extra £1,400. By 28-29, an average pub's business rates will have increased by 76%. In comparison, the rates bill for a distribution warehouse, the likes of big online buying giants will only have increased by 16%. An office building will have increased by 7%, and a large supermarket by only 4% by 2029. This is not only unfair, it contradicts the government's manifesto commitment to level the playing field between high street and online giants. The very sustainability of our rural settlements and the further hollowing out of our high streets is the price we will pay, particularly in a duchy whereby the very seasonal tourist pound only goes so far. In many cases, the proprietor of the business is already taking far less than the minimum wage out of that business on which to live. For this, they are rewarded with long hours and the risk of bankruptcy. I urge you to support the motion.
Thank you. Now, if members like to put their hands up if they wish to speak. Connor. Ripper. Can't remember that name. Boy. Okay, Councillor Clements, followed by O'Connor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Mustoe for bringing this motion today. As somebody who's been at the coalface of a local shop for the last, we just started our 20th year actually, over the last 5 years, it just seems to be one thing after another. As the leader alluded to earlier, the council rates did need to be reviewed, but this is totally the wrong thing applied in totally the wrong way. It's not going to level up the field. The big guys are just going to write it off and keep going. Small businesses like myself are looking at exponential rises over the next 3 years. We've already seen a loss of staff. There will be more staff that will be lost. Local people in local communities won't be working in local shops unless something is done about this. And I think it's time that somebody sorted something out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Connor, followed by Councillor Gripper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, if we get this wrong, we won't just be debating figures on spreadsheets. We'll be debating closed pubs, empty shop fronts, and lost jobs in our towns and villages. The government may call this reform. For many Cornwall businesses, it will feel like a penalty for surviving. Higher rateable values, relief that looks generous on paper, and bills that still go up in reality. We know these businesses. They employ local people, train young staff, anchor our high streets, and hold communities together. Once they're gone, they don't come back. This motion is not extreme. It is measured, responsible, and firmly within our role as Cornwall's voice. It asks us to speak up, to challenge where policy is falling short, and to stand with the people who keep our economy alive. If we believe in backing Cornwall, backing jobs, and backing our communities, then this is the council. This council should be united in supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gripper, followed by Councillor LeBroy.
Thank you. Like Councillor Mustoe, one of my early jobs was in hospitality at the Orchid Inn in Devon. What I wanted to add really was around the role of these businesses within the community, and I think the events of the past fortnight have really highlighted that. In Cornwall Station, one of the villages that I represent, when the village was without power, it was the pub that opened up its doors for people that needed a hot drink or just a place to come together and to gather. The Norway opened up, it was offering Wi-Fi for people that needed to work and couldn't because they were without internet. You know, these spaces are much more than just pubs. In Ponsanooth, the community is fighting to keep the pub in the heart of the village. So I really just wanted to emphasise that role that they play is more than economic, it is social. They are at the heart of rural communities like the ones that we represent, and I'm pleased to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor LeBroy, followed by Councillor Priest.
Thank you, Chair. I absolutely see the changes to the business rates as proposed as a retrogressive step by government, and it's a missed opportunity because, as our leader has said before and in his speech this morning, that actually business rates needs to be completely turned on its head and looked at properly. The issue for me at stake here is that this absolutely penalises small businesses and communities. I know that's been said before, but what really occurs to me is it strikes me of accountants in back offices tallying up spreadsheets and saying, how can we make a few more quid? Whereas if you took the economist's view of this, you would realise that you would very quickly be looking to break the price elasticity or the ability of these businesses to pay. And the net result of where we stand with this at the moment, if things stay as they are, is that there's a strong possibility we might actually take less in business rates in Cornwall, not more. So for that reason, I absolutely will be supporting the motion as it stands, but I wish we could go much further.
Thank you. Councillor Priest, followed by Councillor Glasson.
Muras Kadira. Yes, as portfolio holder for tourism, and having grown up in hospitality and seen my mother work very, very long hours on her feet all day, 7 days a week, and being part of a family who has hospitality businesses, I do want to stand up for hospitality, leisure and retail. The sector is the lifeblood of not only our communities, as has been identified, but it's the lifeblood of our high streets. High streets have been under incredible pressure with the cost of living, internet shopping, national insurance increases, food prices, energy price increases. This sector supports substantial numbers of jobs and generates GVA for Cornwall, and they work with very fine margins. And so they are in a very precarious situation, and many of them have already gone under and are very likely to continue to do so. I think that it's also a tax on enterprise and entrepreneurialism. People who are sole traders, right up to sort of people of businesses who take on substantial numbers of employees and undertake significant training. So this whole sector is critical for Cornwall. So I stand with the motion, but I would also, in terms of the request in the motion for more support from Cornwall Council, I think that when you read the papers, in fact, it's a minefield. It's almost impossible to understand some of the technicalities of how these are implemented, this tax, and we need to kind of maybe help with interpretation of plain English and plain Cornish. But also any sort of technical support that might be needed by our sector to help with interpretation of some of this paperwork, and whether they can apply for relief in this transitional phase if this goes through. But also, I think, to lobby government for a change of approach to move away from an income tax or a stealth tax and towards something more aligned to a land value tax, where we actually see those who are benefiting from high land values or location paying more than those people who are in very rural areas or in very low land value areas. So I think that's something else that the
30 seconds
could do. Muras.
Thank you, Councillor Glasson, followed by Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. And I wanted to thank my colleagues beside me for bringing this motion today. I wanted to particularly raise my concerns about pubs, and there are 3 really amazing pubs in my division, and I wish to highlight the impact that these increases particularly will have on one, as I've spoken at length to the landlords, and that's the landlords of the fabulous Hawkins Arms in Probus, who are very concerned about the impact to their business. They've told me that they will have to find an extra £9,000 per year on top of the extra £400 a month that they're now looking to find due to rises in energy costs. I won't repeat their exact words to me, but I will say they're nervous. But the reason I want to highlight particularly pubs such as the Hawkins Arms is in the same vein as Councillor Griffiths just talked about, is that they're not just a pub. You can buy a pint or a glass of wine, or a couple sometimes in my case, and some amazing meals. But these pubs are so much more. They are, like many pubs in the Duchy, a community asset. During the recent storm, they offered themselves up to people to charge phones or a place to work when they couldn't work from home. Throughout the year, they provide community events and fundraising activities. They provide meeting space for local groups such as the book club and craft making workshops. Pubs such as these are the heart of the community, and as a council, we regularly talk about community and belonging and preventing social isolation. Many pubs provide this, and I believe we should do all we can to support them. The loss of these pubs will be felt much more keenly by members of our communities than we can imagine, and we need to protect these great community assets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins, followed by Councillor Yelland.
Miraz Kaderia, thanks. Yeah, Councillor Glasson has stolen some of my thunder because I was going to mention some of the same things. So I won't reiterate the importance of the pub as a community hub, and we've seen that in the last couple of weeks in terms of how people have been able to support other people by having somewhere to go to. I would also say there's a lot of small cafes and coffee shops as well that provide excellent community support, whether it's a mother and toddlers meetings or book clubs or mental health support. Lots of different things happen in these small businesses. These small businesses are about community as much as everything else, and we need to be sure that we're supporting them. I think Cornwall is disadvantaged even more greatly because of the property prices in Cornwall and the fact that you can get more if you sell off your property for something else that isn't as important for the community. And I think it's really important that this council supports these small businesses, and that we vote for this motion. I think we ought to be making representations to government about different ways of doing it and what works and how the council can get supported, as Councillor Priest has said, to have a simpler collection system and a simpler system, because it is very difficult. And as was said earlier, I think if you're a big business with a hot lawyer, you can probably get out of paying your fair share, whereas a small business can't afford to do anything about that. And we should really be ensuring that we support all the businesses in our areas, particularly in rural areas, because they are often the only thing within a community that people can turn to. They become the community shop, they become community book library, whatever. So please support this motion. I'm certainly going to.
Thank you. Councillor Yelland, followed by Councillor Tarrant.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you to Councillor Musto for bringing forward this motion as well. Really appreciate that. Speaking on behalf of the pubs, cafes, hotels and other affected businesses who are still reeling from the impact of the COVID shutdowns, the overall decline of the sector, national insurance and other rising costs, I'd fully support us as a council declaring our opposition to these business rates measures. There is, however, one minor amendment that I'd like to propose, if that's all right. So the intention would simply be to delay any resource-intensive work until after the government has essentially finalised its position on this matter, just to avoid potentially wasting any valuable officer time in the likely event of yet another Labour government U-turn. So I'd be happy to kind of explain the change of wording, if that'd be helpful.
Okay, we'll take that up later. Thank you. Councillor Tarrant, followed by Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Chairman. As a former publican and hotelier and former South West Federation Small Business Chairman, I know business rates are a real issue for small businesses and hospitality. And often it's the straw that broke the camel's back. It's complete economic illiteracy. It's better to have 50% of something than 100% of nothing when these businesses go bankrupt, which is, I'm being told by my electorate and residents in my electoral division, that's exactly what they are facing. So I fully support this motion. I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Donathorne, followed by Councillor Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of all of the policies that we have seen come from this Labour government, I think this is the most damaging and heartbreaking that we've seen. And if you need to point to any policy that points to the fact that we now have a cabinet with not a single member who has set up or run a business at national level, that this is it. Because this policy is going to fundamentally make the lives of people in Cornwall who have decided to set up hospitality, retail, leisure or tourism businesses almost unbearable. And a lot of people have this view of hospitality, that it's something to do because you can't do anything else, and nothing could be further from the truth. These are people who want to stay in their communities to create businesses that put a heart into the communities of towns, villages and coastal communities, the length and breadth of Cornwall. And my real concern with this approach is that it is fundamentally and grossly unfair, and it's fundamentally and grossly dishonest. So to begin with how it's unfair, the government have legislated to permit a 20p discount on business rates. They've given just a 5p discount. What a kick in the face to all of those hospitality businesses that keep open when power cuts mean that people can't heat their homes or cook at home, that they kept open and delivered food to those when lockdowns permitted any social interaction. And what people must understand is that in hospitality, you go for when you can in the season to make sure your business can continue to operate in the winter months, to keep those jobs year round. And that is fundamentally misunderstood by this government. And it's dishonest because Labour were clear in their manifesto that business rates would come down. But when you speak to business owners who are busy, they haven't got time to go through exact policy detail. They expected their tax burden to come down, not multipliers being worked up by civil servants. And it has made in lots of businesses who have made decisions to invest, to put that profit back in, to keep young people on their staff and payroll when this government have hiked the jobs tax, which makes it unaffordable to employ more people. The businesses have made investment decisions to keep our communities going. And now they have been fundamentally let down by this Chancellor
30 seconds.
and by this government. And the transitional relief is the final kick in the teeth, because what the government is saying is that your rates are going to go up. We're just going to slow that increase. Over 3 years, we are going to see thousands of pubs, chip shops, cafes, restaurants and others closing down because of the fundamental misunderstanding that Labour has when it comes to small businesses in rural and coastal communities. And I hope this chamber speaks with one voice and supports this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Gibbons.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I'm coming in at the end here, so a lot of what I'm feeling has been covered. It's obviously vital that we look after our businesses, not just in the retail hospitality sector, but across Cornwall. A job lost in one local business is a customer lost to another. So what I want to focus on is what Councillor Priest touched on as well as writing a letter that clarifies our position. And it's not an amendment because it is in the motion, but at the end, it does state that this council provides and publishes clear guidance on its website. And I think anything that we can do practically as well to support as well as writing a letter would be valuable and should be pursued. So we should be providing a resource to local businesses and Cornish businesses that provides them with guidance that clears up some of the double-speak and terminology that's so difficult to understand, and is presented in an accessible way that does actually deliver some real benefit to people that are struggling to understand this and have no idea where to turn next. So let's signpost, let's present in an accessible way to businesses and support them in that way, as well as making our position clear to government in the letter as suggested.
Thank you very much. I don't know anyone else on my list, so we'll go back to Councillor Mustoe as the right to reply. And Councillor Gow.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to, first of all, thank Councillor Mustoe and Councillor Alvey for this motion. I won't keep too long because I very much support everything that's been said in this room so far, and I'm very much in support of this motion. I do want to raise a little comment that Councillor LeBroy made about how he wishes we could take this further. I will take this further. I'd like to propose an amendment to this, including everything that's already within the motion, but I'd like to propose a point F in the recommendations, and that is to implement a 5% reduction in the value added tax on retail, hospitality and leisure sector businesses. I think that's not unreasonable. I think that's also going to have a huge impact for not just for the businesses themselves, but for the consumers of using those businesses to have lower costs when they use and go into those businesses. And again, these aren't just businesses, they are social hubs for people. These are locations where people can come and join and meet, especially when they're facing difficulties, as we've just seen with Storm Goretti. So I'd just like to hope that the proposer would like to accept my amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Musto, you propose to accept that?
Yes, I'm happy to, and I'm grateful for the councillor for telling me about it earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you. So I should ask, do I have anybody else before I go back to Councillor Musto? Councillor Towell?
Yeah, possible orders. Did I understand from Councillor Yemen that it was putting forward an amendment?
I think that was going to be accepted by Councillor Musto, and he was certainly going to refer to it. Yes. Well, he was certainly going to refer to it when we got back to him, he said.
Thank you, Chairman.
So with no other, right, Councillor Musto, to sum up and to tell us what you're doing with Councillor Yelland and Gowles.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that's again a really positive debate. To refer back to Councillor Tarrant, Donathorne, Gibbons, LeBroy, and O'Connor. Yes, I completely agree with everything that you said. You know, you speak very passionately from a position of some experience about this, and yeah, I completely agree with all of that. Particular Councillor Gripper, Jenkin, and Glasson around the pubs. You know, my pubs are the heart of the communities that I serve as well. Councillor Priest, yes, and I think certainly, as the leader drafts this letter, I think perhaps some of the things that you said could be incorporated into that as part of that drafting. Councillor Yelland, and I will come back to what I was saying originally in my opening remarks, which is the potential elephant in the room now, which is that shortly after I submitted this motion, rumours started swirling that the government was looking to U-turn in some way on this issue. I'm afraid that on this occasion I cannot take credit for that, but I will say that if the government has listened and once again changed tack to avoid another of its big policy announcements spectacularly backfiring, and they U-turn on another one since I wrote this speech in digital ID, then this should be welcomed. And I absolutely would support Councillor Yelland in asking officers not to take action until the government has clarified its position. But in the meantime, while the government decides what to do, we should be doing all we can to highlight this damaging issue and be a voice for our retail, hospitality and leisure businesses. To put it bluntly, a pub owner whose rates will be increasing by 67% annually recently contacted me and said it's as though the government are actually trying to kill the pub industry. In response to that, my message to the government is there won't be any business rates income if there are no businesses. Councillors, please support my motion today, and let's, as one unified council, one and all, send a strong message to the Chancellor and tell her that what she is doing is simply not good enough. Thank you.
Thank you. So you've got the motion set out with the addition that there'll be no works by officers until such time as we until the government confirms its position, and a 5% reduction in VAT. So if we're all happy that's what we're voting for, all those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Oh, one. Not quite unanimous then, but there you are, close enough. Thank you very much. We'll move on now to 12.3, Cornwall NHS Dentistry, proposer Councillor Moore, seconder Councillor Chopak. In accordance with Council Procedure Rule 12.4, I'm referring this motion to the Cabinet because the subject matter is one which comes within its functions. But as per Cornwall Council Procedure Rules, Councillor Moore, as proposer of the motion, is now permitted up to 3 minutes to explain the context of the motion. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to begin by thanking the councillors, including the leader of the council, portfolio holders, the chair of Health and Adult Social Care, and colleagues from across the chamber for their support. I'd also like to thank Democratic Services and for confirming that this motion is procedurally compliant. Finally, I'd like to thank Stephen Elliott of the Good Shed in Weybridge for raising this innovative approach to dentistry. Your willingness to think creatively and support new ideas is a breath of fresh air. 12 years ago, I put my eldest son on the NHS dental waiting list. He was 2, he is now 14, and we're still yet to hear back. However, that experience is nothing in comparison to the stories I know many of us here could recount. Young children screaming in pain, adults resorting to pulling out their own teeth with pliers. We all know the scale of the problem, so I won't spend my 3 minutes listing it. Instead, I want to focus on what this motion is actually trying to achieve. In my other role as a chemistry lecturer, I approach challenges by looking for solutions rather than dwelling on problems. When a student tells me they want to become a dentist but lack the GCSEs to follow the traditional A-level route, I don't tell them it's impossible. I help them find an alternative route to achieve their dreams. I supported one such student through her National Diploma in Biomedical Science, and she is now in her 2nd year studying dentistry at the Peninsula Dental School in Plymouth. She's thriving and she'll make an excellent dentist. That didn't happen because barriers were listed. It happened because we focused on how it could work, not why it couldn't. That same mindset underpins this motion and what it seeks to bring to the challenge of NHS dentistry in Cornwall, a challenge that has been years in the making. Appendix 1, authored by our Director of Public Health, was intended to analyse this proposal, but in my view it contains a number of inaccuracies that do not fully reflect the content or intent of the motion. For clarity, I do not accept this motion becomes moot as a result of correspondence from the Secretary of State. There is no timetable for dental contract reform, and that correspondence does not address the innovative pilot proposed here, nor is there evidence that Cornwall Council has engaged NHS England or the Integrated Care Boards on this proposal. Concerns raised around the cost and legal implications do not reflect the content of the motion. It does not ask the Council to fund or commission dentistry, but to support partnership working with the NHS and the ICB to explore a pilot scheme using existing NHS dental budgets. This motion works completely within our powers and seeks to replicate the proven approach of the Peninsula Dental School in Plymouth, which has clearly recognised how to deliver a sustainable solution to NHS dentistry by integrating education, training and research as core elements of dental workforce planning. I'm deeply disappointed that this motion will not be debated by Cornwall's elected members today, particularly when similar motions have previously been allowed, April 2024, for example. I will be seeking further clarity on why a democratic vote on an issue of such importance to the whole of Cornwall was blocked without engagement or feedback to me by matters from what I can see are entirely unrelated to its substance.
Thank you. You'll get a meeting with the relevant cabinet member fairly soon, and we'll see to that. And we move on now to questions from members to the cabinet. So hands up, please. O'Connor. Last time. Other side. We've got Candy.
Johnson.
Johnson. Wilson. Okay, thank you. Councillor Parsons, followed by Councillor Jenkins. Councillor Parsons.
Thank you. Hit Hill, one of Cornwall's iconic landmarks, being gifted to the people of Cornwall in 1985 by the Duke of Cornwall to celebrate the birth of his son, Prince William. The wording used at the time by Cornwall Council and other bodies strongly indicates the intended purpose of this gift. The land was gifted on behalf of the people of Cornwall, implying that continued public access and public benefit were core values. The country park offers a unique insight into our history and heritage, with views second to none, with access to walking trails, horse trails, wild swimming in the quarry, and open public space for all manner of recreation. There has always been a clear and ongoing commitment to free and open public access, something that contributes significantly to the mental and physical well-being of our community. From time to time,
Councillor Parsons, can we get onto the question? It's 3 minutes for motion. It's not 3 minutes for
all need somewhere to get away from it all. Introducing charges to access this land risks undermining these principles. Cost is not always measured purely in monetary terms, and the wider social consequences should not be overlooked. So what Cornwall Council is now proposing very much goes against the spirit of which these things intended. So if I could ask the portfolio holder for transport to ensure that the consultation is examined and taken seriously and the results are shared amongst interested parties, and perhaps meet or come on a site visit with myself and other local councillors to see for yourself and to understand better why this proposal should not proceed. Thank you. And that's to Councillor Rogerson.
Thank you, Councillor Rogerson.
Whereas Kadaria, I've just said to my colleagues they can probably nip home now, and I'll handle it from here and cover questions. But in all seriousness, Councillor Parsons, it's you've set out the particular circumstances around Kit Hill and that very important facility for people in East Cornwall and further afield as well. There are, I suppose, many other important aspects of our heritage and natural landscape that are managed both by Cornwall Council, where car parks are charging, and also the National Trust and the public forestry estate as well, where there are charges to access them. So it's not unique in that regard. However, this consultation is absolutely one in which I want to see what the case that people make, why certain things might be different, or the effects that introducing a charge on the car park, not access to the place itself, but on the car park, might have an impact. So absolutely, I'm happy to meet with him, and I'm sure Councillor Long, who I know, has emailed me about it as well, and there'll be others as well of an interest. Happy to meet with any members in the area who want to discuss this one in particular, and of course, we'll share the results of the consultation that's ongoing at the moment with him and other members.
Thank you. Councillor Parsons, do you have a supplementary?
No, but I thank the portfolio holder for his open response. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I've got 18 people wanting to ask questions. If you all take 3 minutes over it, we won't get halfway through the list. So can we be brief, please? And remember, it's 30 seconds for supplementary. Councillor Jenkins, followed by Councillor Canby.
Whereas Kadaria, Kemu Gofin Ragdan a dro fortho, Naravi Council all in Canuit Miss, me Wartio Conved. Yes, I'm not going to ask the whole question in Cornish, but I do know that we should be using some more Cornish in the chamber, and I know Dan can understand limited Cornish at least.
También.
También. Yeah, in terms of the impacts on the roads from the storm Goretti, and in particular in my area in West Cornwall, there has been significant impacts, and I'd like to commend all the people who've been working 24 hours a day to try and clear and sort out that road infrastructure. And I think we should celebrate the hard work of those people. Can he give me any indication on how much, and are you collecting the cost of the additional works that have been needed to open up the roads? And I don't think every road is completely clear yet or solved. And how we will be able to fund that. Are we looking to get any money from government to help support that clear up? And also, as a sort of secondary bit, obviously this has had a knock-on effect on existing schemes that were due to be completed, for instance, in my area, the 20 mile an hour schemes and some of the highway schemes. how much knock-on are we likely to see on those?
Thank you, Councillor Rogerson. Maras Kaderia, Maras, Councillor. We are always, well, Cormac are always, and our contractors within that scheme are always reprofiling things depending on things that happen, events, things they find when they break ground and so on. So that obviously they'll be looking at the work and making sure that they continue to priority schemes to work around what's recently happened. First of all, I should very much like to welcome what she said about all those who worked incredibly hard, both in the aspects that affect my portfolio, but also my colleagues and beyond in terms of utilities and so on. You know, my previous job as Minister for Flooding, I spent a lot of time going around talking to communities that are affected and seeing how much people in the public and voluntary sector work in these times to reopen services and deliver people and to care for people in the meantime. So absolutely, and thank you for putting that on the record. In terms of costs, you know, if there are opportunities for us to seek that, we had a meeting with the Minister on Friday, and if I pass over to the leader, he can talk about the efforts on that score.
Yeah, thank you. So just on that, I mentioned the Bellwin funding scheme earlier, which is a disaster relief scheme that you have to apply, but there are criteria. You have to spend 0.2% of your revenue budget, which for Cornwall Council was £1.6 million worth of damage before we can apply to get all of that money back. So if we were South Hams District Council, for example, the damage we would need to have is £26,000. So it's massively unfair. I have raised that with the Minister at the Leadership Board on Friday, how unfair it was that we are basically facing a massive disaster, but because of the massive number that we have to hit to reclaim that cost, it is a struggle. But it's also time limited to a month, which is a problem in itself. So we are counting every single penny, and it's not just highways, it's how our adult social care team reacted into making sure that our vulnerable residents were looked after, every door knocked, every thing given. We've made sure that we're accounting for that so we can take it back to government. However, we have made the ask that actually there needs to be something implemented, even if we don't meet the Bellwin scheme because of the scale. Because the reality is we've done very well at getting rid of all the trees out of the road, but we have a secondary ask of going around and removing all of the wood, and then a tertiary ask of actually we have to assess all of the trees that didn't fall down, because what damage have they had from the storm that isn't particularly noticeable at first glance. So there needs to be an assessment there. That all costs money, and the government should basically cough up and help us support in that.
Thank you. And do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do. Just a quick one. Are you also collecting information on community effort that also assisted with some of this clear up? Because there's significant, certainly in the rural areas, a lot of farmers and local businesses have been out and cleared areas. And is there an opportunity potentially to have some more collection of the stories and the collation of that? Because I think we're all sitting within a collective trauma. What happened? So I think there's a need to collect information.
So the voluntary sector forum were. Oh, well, I mean, I can do it. The voluntary sector forum were at the Leadership Board and raised that exact thing about the impact that the voluntary sector gave to help those communities. So we will look into how we quantify that in the cost. I think that's a sensible idea, but the voluntary sector are absolutely involved in the feedback process and everything else.
Thank you. Councillor Candy, followed by Councillor O'Connor.
Another one for Councillor Rogerson, I'm afraid. But this time, in South East Cornwall, the first storm that caused extensive flooding and damage hit on August the 28th, damaging a lot of the coastal areas with flooding, followed by 40% of average rainfall for the next 3 months until Christmas. We then had freezing weather across the Duchy over Christmas and New Year. Can you provide the public via this full council meeting any statistics on how many gritters were out, for how many days, how much time, how much grit was used, perhaps what the cost might have been? And then, of course, we have Storm Goretti. Do you have any figures for the number of incidents of trees blocking the highway and, again, more flooding? Many Cormac staff will have lost valuable family time over these last few months, which we cannot get back. Will you join me in thanking them for their commitment in delivering these services to keep our roads as well as other services, again, working relentlessly to help our residents and communities over the following Friday and weekend?
Thank you. So that's 2 questions and a will you join me? Can we just keep it to 1 question each, please, members? Off you go.
Miraz, the answer to your question is the information on the gritting services is all public about what the routes are and so on, and you can track what's happening when they go out, usually in the early hours of the morning, but in the evening preparatory before that as well. I'm happy to provide, if the council would like to follow up with the specifics that he wants to know on that information. Absolutely, as I've already put on record, second what he's saying about the huge effort put in by people over and above their normal jobs to try to restore access to communities, and huge effort, and we very much welcome that. So as we were hearing earlier from the leader, there are going to be more of these events, and so we continue to learn from them, and that's the work that carries on as well. But in the meantime, we also need to make the case to government that as we are on the front line of these, that should be recognised in the support that we get.
Thank you. Have a supplementary?
Briefly, we're on the front line because of our geography stuck out into the Atlantic, and with climate change causing more severe storms, I urge you to work with the leader and other cabinet members to get the Bellwin formula changed and get us more resources to be more resilient.
Thank you very much. Happy to have your support on that.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connor, followed by Councillor Mustoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Rogerson, I'll give you 5 minutes off. My question is to the leader, and it relates to Newquay Airport being on my patch. Many residents across Cornwall are struggling with the rising cost of living, from housing and energy to transport and food, and they expect the council to scrutinise carefully how every pound of public money is being spent. At the same time, Cornwall Council itself faces rising costs, particularly in adult and children's social care, along with increasing uncertainty around the future government funding. Can the leader explain how the council assures itself that the ongoing subsidies associated with Newquay Airport and its service operators are delivering clear value for money, particularly in light of publicly reported low passenger utilisation on some of the Cornwall to London services?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So obviously it is a cost to the council to support the airport. There is no shying away from that. However, the last economic analysis said that the airport brings in around £100 million of gross value added to the Cornish economy. It also underpins defence activity. It supports the air ambulance, search and rescue, wider emergency and operational services. It also is a core part of our economic infrastructure. It supports local businesses, brings in investment, tourism, skills, and access to national networks. Now, it also sustains skilled jobs, and those skilled jobs exist because the airports exist. And if we don't have an airport, we won't have those jobs. So that is one thing. However, we have to recognise that there is a financial limit to how much we can afford to support. And the PSO is particularly one of those things. The PSO is a good thing. It provides a yearly round link to daily link to London. Now, we have, the reality is the news with the 80%, as I went into earlier about the context of that. But the reality is there is also a knock in confidence because Eastern Airways would cancel flights quite a lot, so people aren't utilising it, and it will take time to get that back. However, we are currently out to tender for the PSO, and there is a limit to what we will pay. And if we cannot afford to pay that, we will not pay it. It is that simple. It has to be value, because it is not right for this council to support an unaffordable PSO when we have to support children, adults, our highways, all and everything in between. So I think it is right for us to support the airport and to do everything we can to ensure that we have a sustainable airport. But the reality is there is a limit to where that support goes, and we will not shy away if we get to that limit.
Thank you, Leader. You have a supplementary?
I thank the leader for his comprehensive answer and has addressed my supplementary question
So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And thank you. Councillor Mustoe, followed by Councillor Alvey.
Thank you, Chair. And this is for the Cabinet Member for Together for Families. It's a sad fact that children in our schools in Cornwall are still underfunded per pupil compared to some other children in other local authorities in the country, to the tune of up to £5,000 per pupil. I understand that the Cabinet Member recently attended a F40 event in Parliament to lobby on behalf of Cornish schools and children. I wonder if she could provide an update on this event and her work in this area. Thank you.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Councillor Mustoe, as well informed about children's services and children's needs as ever. You are excellent. Thank you. Thank you for raising that question, because it really helps me highlight the work of F40. And you're absolutely right. So yesterday I was up in London in Parliament, and the problem is that Cornwall schools, colleagues, are underfunded. And Cornwall's children are not receiving the same amount of funding as schools in other areas of the country. And that's because all schools in the country are being funded through a formula called the National Funding Formula, which is outdated. And it means that our children in our schools are receiving £5,000 less per pupil than schools in the highest funded areas in the country, £5,000 less per pupil. So there is a group called F40 that you referenced, and it was set up a few years ago. It's the 40 local authorities that have got the lowest funding out of this formula in the country. It's a lobbying group, a campaign group, and I've recently joined the executive committee. We held a meeting yesterday morning in London, and it's a cross-party group really lobbying hard to get that national funding formula changed. Our vice chairs are 3 MPs. The Conservative vice chair is David Davies, the Lib Dem is Sarah Dyke, and the Labour MP is our very own Jane Kirkham. And yesterday afternoon, Jane Kirkham hosted a drop-in session for MPs in Portcullis House. And we were at the executive committee, we were all there to be able to really lobby across the whole spectrum of MPs. Really, really pleased that 5 of our 6 Cornwall MPs all came to that session yesterday. And Perrin Moon, right at the end, was saying that we all need to work together, Cornwall as one voice, to try and get that funding formula changed. So thank you for raising that question.
Thank you. And Councillor Mustoe, do you have a supplementary?
Yeah, thank you. And no, I do appreciate the work that's been being done there. I mean, the underfunding for Cornish school children has been a feature going back through successive governments of all parties, and it's really good to hear that both yourself and Jane Kirkham MP with her former council experience is on the case with that, and I do hope that we will see an actual change for that. And I'm sure you'll agree with me that it's best that we continue to push that for that change as soon as possible. Thank you.
I agree with you.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Alvey, followed by Councillor Lyne.
Thank you, Chairman. This question is for Councillor Marrington as the portfolio holder for public protection, or I quite understand if the leader would prefer to take it. I thank the leader for what he said in his announcements earlier on today. He covered actually much of what I planned to ask. I think we can all agree that the magnitude of Storm Goretti was unprecedented. However, there were communications challenges and some vulnerable residents were missed. The Civil Contingencies Act 2004 directs the management of events such as Goretti. The Act defines a major incident as an event that is beyond normal operations and likely to involve serious harm, damage, disruption, or risk to human life and loss of essential services. Declaring a major incident requires special arrangements to be implemented, such as establishing a strategic coordinating group, or SCG, Gold Command in old money, to take overall responsibility for the multi-agency management of an incident and establish a strategic framework within which lower levels of command and coordinating groups work. It also draws the attention of government. Was an SCG stood up, or was the recovery phase purely managed by a virtual local tactical coordinating group, or TCG?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Morrison, thank you.
Yeah. So I think there were 2 bits there, but the first bit about the major incident.
The decision to declare a major incident will always be a judgment made in a specific local and operational context. There are no precise and universal thresholds or triggers. Within the Devon, Cornwall and Isles of Scilly Local Resilience Forum, a major incident can be declared by any Category 1 or 2 responder who considers that any of the criteria outlined below have been satisfied, and Cornwall is a Category 1 responder. The decision not to declare a major incident was taken on operational grounds, but not because the impacts were minor. That's important to say. During the storm, the Council Emergency Services and partners remained operational, and there were multi-agency structures in place to identify and respond to issues arising from the incident. I think it's important to say as well, though, that Gold Command coming in was not possible under a red alert. So a virtual setting, and I think it's PEAT, not the Gold Command, but that was all stood up. And I think the two main, or the cells immediately were created on the Thursday morning for the vulnerable people, which obviously, as the storm progressed and as things became known because of communication issues, that small vulnerable group became much, much wider. So although it wasn't a physical, it was an ongoing response, but with the same people.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Well, kind of, because it didn't really answer my initial question. So what we had locally was a TCG. Are you saying that an SCG was not set up? An SCG would have been done through the Civil Contingencies Act through the LRF in Exeter?
I think I'll get you the exact wording and I'll directly reply to you with that detail. But the key people involved in the response were the same people involved.
So I think that's a no.
Thank you.
The physical bit couldn't happen. Meeting together.
So you're going to give a written response there, Councillor Markham? Yes.
Absolutely happy to give a written response.
Councillor Lyne, followed by Councillor Hewitt.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got another question for portfolio holder for community wellbeing and public safety. I want to highlight a specific issue regarding connectivity for some of the many villages and hamlets across Cornwall, in particular, in this case of the storm, West Cornwall and some areas of North Coast, which is places which don't have mobile phone signal. So there was some places in my area, in particular the village of Newmill, where they had no mobile phone signal. And also, as a result of the digital switchover, which is the process which the phone companies are undertaking in order to replace the copper landline infrastructure with an internet enabled phone system. When the power went off, obviously those internet enabled phone systems also ceased to work. Now they are equipped with emergency battery packs, but residents have told me that those batteries only work for 2 or 3 hours. So in situations like this, where we have an extended power cut, they are completely useless. So I'd just like to seek assurance from Councillor Merrington that this fact will be taken into account in the context of future storm mitigation and resilience planning.
Miras, can't remember the word, Padaria. Yes, I think one of the really important things and good things, and especially with the Minister coming down and being able to say that already, but there is a current meeting going on reviewing at the moment too. So this will be fed back, and actually Cornwall Council did get in touch before with the PSPN changing to the VoIP system and all of that going through and the digital switchover. So already we'd given a response that there'd be vulnerabilities that we can pick up down here, because we've got, all of us will have remote communities. So I think this is where actually the results of what's happened here and the feedback, and actually to answer a previous question just briefly as well, there will be hopefully an email going out to all members today. It's absolutely about learning from people, because you were all on the ground, and equally parishes too. So there'll be a lot of information or a lot of feedback forms going out and ways so that we can get responses back. But this is something that could influence what's happening, because it's 2027 January that this is supposed to happen. And it does need to, this needs to be seriously considered. So that's the issue that's come up. We have to feedback, make it really clear that there are huge problems. But equally, copper has problems too, because telegraph poles can fall over and things. So nothing's perfect, which we've realised with this, but all that learning has to come back in a very open way as well, I think, because it was a very fast moving storm, and being out of county and seeing everything kicking into gear on the Thursday morning. But you know, how everything impacts everything if the warning comes quite late, and as it goes on, it's such a dynamic response that I think, you know, it's just getting all that information back, how it felt on the ground with everybody and learning from that.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Lyon? No, thank you. Councillor Ewart, followed by Councillor Emery.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Councillor Rogerson, you are back on. You wrote to affected members about the proposed changes to car parks before Christmas to provide an opportunity to discuss their concerns prior to consultation. I'm still waiting for my response to my email that I then followed up with another request for a response to that email. Perhaps you might be able to tell me now if there is a basic standard residents can expect of chargeable car parks that have not received any input from Cornwall Council prior to this. In fact, so much so, the one I'm talking about, and I'll be a tiny bit parochial, Cornwall Council actually denied having any ownership of about 12 months ago. Now all of a sudden we want to charge for it. So, yeah.
First of all, thank you very much for your email and your follow-up one once the consultation went out, and I apologise that I didn't get back to you over Christmas, and I should have done. But your specific questions relating to the car park in Tideford, or otherwise I think it probably should be called Tidderford, the village, because it is the River Tid, isn't it? But there you go. I won't get that debate now, but the standard that of car parks, we assume, is that if there's no charging and it's not being resurfaced and so on, then at least health and safety inspections should carry on to make sure if there are any problems with uneven surface or so on. However, there is a cost to that, and so understandably the position generally will be that we would charge in car parks for whatever rate, whether they're, you know, sort of long-term permitted ones or daily rates or whatever. So I'm happy to discuss the particular issue of this car park, and I suspect there might be a supplementary coming my way through you, Chair.
Thank you. I do have a supplementary.
Thank you, Chair. I do. Thank you, Councillor Rogerson. Will you commit to coming to my division so I can show you this specific car park in Tideford, which does cross the River Tiddy? So I can show you the challenges there, and to discuss with the parish council, who are particularly keen on having this car park devolved to them and have been for a very long time.
All right. So first of all, I'll be looking at all the responses I get from your division as from others on this one. Happy to meet to talk about this with you and parish representatives. I think what this is partly an exercise in sort of looking at car parks that haven't been considered for some time to make sure that they're being treated in a similar way to the others. And if some of those in the past have been transferred through devolution deals to local parishes, it's obviously not happened in this case, and we're happy to explore that, see what the best option is.
Thank you. Councillor Emery, followed by Councillor Laborde.
Thank you. I have a question for Councillor Priest on our hospitality sector, and specifically following the demise of Visit Cornwall. I wonder if you could just outline steps taken to date and any future plans to address the loss of Visit Cornwall and support our hospitality sector going forward.
We'll ask Councillor. Yes, we've been working hard over a very short period of time. I think I have mentioned in the chamber before some of the initiatives that we've put in place. The first thing that I did was to bring together a sector peer group who have supported initiatives to, first of all, ensure that the website is protected and up to date, to put together industry professionals who can help steer next steps, and part of that next steps has been that we've put out a sector survey, and that has now given us some really good data on which to build forward. We've also commissioned some research into various destination management organisation models so that we can really understand the opportunities for going forward. The sector panel set up and we established 3 subgroups. A group that would analyse the survey, a group that would continue with the marketing to make sure that we had a destination that was live and exciting and vibrant for particularly for a key booking period of January, and also to help me to deliver a sector summit. The sector summit is scheduled for next Tuesday, 27th of January. It will be held at Eden. We are selling tickets for £25 and tickets can be accessed through the Truro City Council website. We're very grateful to them for supporting us in the ticketing. We've got some very interesting speakers who will be coming for the morning, sector representatives who will come and talk about both the models, the survey, and the ambition that we have for this to be a sector-led entity going forward. The afternoon will be a workshop. And we'll be discussing the outcome of the survey and looking at how we can bring together the sector to take the lead on going forward. So yes, I'd really invite councillors who have connections with hospitality and the visitor economy sector, as we described earlier, a very, very important sector to us here in Cornwall, to book a ticket and come and be part of that conversation. And it really is a conversation. There's no decisions that have been made at this stage. What's really important is that we listen to what the sector needs and that we build a sector-led response to the future. So that's my update.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you possibly have a supplementary for that? No? Don't let me push you. If you've got supplementary, ask it. Thank you. Councillor de Board, followed by Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Councillor Dwelly, who is actually in the hot seat and very busy on his computer at the moment. I'm here. Hello, Councillor Dwelly. My question to you is regarding Homes England, and I'd just like an update, if you could, update me on any further negotiations with Homes England, whether you have met with them or had communication as to further investment for housing in Cornwall.
Thank you very much. I'm not the portfolio holder for housing, and I much as I have been involved to some extent. Are you sure you're asking me because Peter LeBroy may be your best bet?
I'd just like to say at the last cabinet meeting, you did give me a great deal of explanation about housing development, so I chose you again for that reason. But if it's Councillor LeBroy, it's Councillor LeBroy. Thank you.
More than happy to answer, but I think if it's going beyond our own land, which is where I have a role, I think it's from your.
Can we just decide who's answering? Get on with it, please.
Well, I'm not trying to get out of answering, but Pete, it's really for you, isn't it?
I'm more than happy to answer Councillor LeBoard. Councillor Dwelly does indeed know and have a very deep knowledge of housing, and I'm still in the learning phase. But I can tell you that we agreed with Homes England and the Minister that we would sign a memorandum of understanding between Cornwall Council and Homes England. And there has been work going on in the background between our own officers to actually bottom out the content of the memorandum, and we're due to sign that. We were incidentally given a choice between taking it up to London to sign or signing it in Cornwall, and I said that I'd much prefer to sign it in Cornwall on our own turf and perhaps bring the ministers here instead. And that at the moment is scheduled for late March. But what that will do is to unlock an entirely different relationship with Homes England, which will give us much greater opportunity to put funding into some of our own projects, which is inextricably linked, as Councillor Dwelly said, to the project that we're working on together, which is the Homes Cornwall project, where we're putting forward tracts of own land for possible development by interested third parties.
Thank you. And do you have a supplementary?
I do. Thank you very much, Councillor Broy. I learned a lot. Thank you. My supplementary is this. So can you guarantee to this council today that when you sign that memorandum of understanding, that there will be no clawback on the money spent by Homes England on the Northern Access Road to Langarth?
Well, that would fall outside of the memorandum of understanding with Homes England. So I can't really give you a full answer on that, but I would be highly surprised if we ever did enter into a situation where we were
likely to have to pay clawback, because that would involve us not delivering on West Langgarth Garden Village, which is an absolute priority of mine. And between and around the cabinet table, I've heard the leader banging the table and using very strong language to describe how he would feel if there weren't people living in West Langgarth Garden Village by the time we finished our administration.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, followed by Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question for our leader, Lee Frost, or if he chooses to delegate it to Councillor Dan Rogerson. Our residents in South East Cornwall face a chronic lack of infrastructure and essential services. This is forcing them, not by choice, but by necessity, to cross the Tamar Bridge and Tor Point Ferry to access hospitals, school, work and other vital services. Many families are paying on average £500 a year in tolls, even with a tag reduction. Every pound spent on the crossings is a pound not spent in our local community economy, weakening our shops and jobs and our community. How does the council justify this financial burden on hard-working families, and what immediate action will it take to ensure fairness, ease the toll costs and stop the economic drain on the people of South East Cornwall?
Thank you.
I'll start, but Councillor Rogerson will probably want to come in. So the council don't justify it at all. It's actually written in legislation. And we have to have a change of legislation to abolish the tolls. Abolish the tolls is something that I want to see and I campaign for very strongly. But until the legislation is changed, we cannot abolish them. That is the fact of life. So we lobby MPs very hard to ensure that they are working to their best in government to abolish those tolls. But until there is a change in legislation, we have to pay a toll. And the reality is it's not a Cornwall Council function. It is jointly owned by Cornwall Council and Plymouth City Council. And that is why there is a joint committee to make those decisions, to do the work on behalf of both councils. But I will pass over to Councillor Rogerson.
Thank you, Leader. And thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson was in attendance at the recent extraordinary meeting of the joint committee, where he asked a question there as well, as did many others, including local campaign groups and people from across the political spectrum. I know members on this side, I'm looking at Councillor Frank and others, will absolutely hold my feet and everyone's to the fire to make progress on this, quite rightly. The situation is the leader described, that at the moment the costs are covered by the revenue raised by the activities of the joint committee, so the tolls and trying to cover administration charges. But he'll also have heard at that meeting how there was a cross-party agreement that we want to see the leadership of the organisation itself really bear down on costs and minimise costs, because it's one thing, as we do in this authority and others, to go to the public and say costs are rising, we need to come back to, we need to raise charges, inflation and so on. The public rightly say, well, what are you doing to keep those costs down as low as possible? So that's very much what we want to see. And he would have heard that the chief officers there saying that they will come back with proposals to what they will do there. Beyond that, it is a very strong piece of work, and it was in the recommendation passed there as well, to work with MPs on both sides of the Tamar to put pressure on government to come up with a more permanent solution on this, whether it is taking recognition of the fact that it's a strategic road up to one end of the bridge and starts again the other side, and for some reason it isn't when it goes across the actual bridge itself. Unique situation with the ferry as well at Tor Point, which is a crucial part of this, or the government taking on these as national assets, or whatever it may be. But we need to come together to work for a solution that will deliver for the residents and businesses that rely on these vital connections, and of course emergency services, all those things that are important. So there's a lot of work to do, and I welcome the fact that Councillor Johnson seems keen to work as part of that.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, do you have a supplementary?
I do. Thank you for your answer, detailed answer. However, I think the unfairness of the situation still hasn't been answered. If Cornwall is truly the fifth nation and your vision of devolution is to empower us, how can it be right, how can it be fair that our residents are forced to cross the Tamar into Devon for hospitals, colleges, work and other essential services, paying hundreds in tolls that drain our local economy. Isn't this exactly the opposite of the independence and empowerment?
That's the 30 seconds.
Well, I think I did answer it. I did say that I'm against the tolls and I'll be working to abolish it because it is unfair. My taxes fund the crossing at the Severn Bridge, the Woolwich Ferry and the Fife Bridge. So it is unfair that my taxes are paying for those bridges, but they're not paying for the tax that I use every single week, the bridge that I use every single week. So I'm unsure why you think we've agreed with it's unfair, because we haven't said that at all. We completely agree it is an unfair tax, but it is set in legislation. We do not set legislation, government does. So we must lobby our MPs with one voice to make sure that the work is done to get legislation changed.
Thank you. Thank you. We've got 20 minutes left and I've still got 9 people, so keep it short, please. Councillor Wilson, followed by Councillor Yelland. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair or Chairman. The question is for the portfolio holder for transport. This is a very popular subject today. This cabinet is proposing to impose a deeply unpopular policy of parking charges at previously free or winter-free car parks. The policy would be another unfair and harsh financial demand on our residents and businesses, another financial blow to our county, which is already regarded as one of the poorest regions in the UK. Residents will either stop using the car parks altogether and will not contribute to the local economy or enjoy facilities, and Cornwall Council will gain nothing, or they will simply park elsewhere, potentially causing congestion in areas that don't currently have that problem. So the question to the portfolio holder is, have the following been done? An independent economic impact assessment of this policy, any well-being assessment, bearing in mind some families will be prevented from using parks and beaches, and the business case, how have any potential gains been calculated, bearing in mind the cost of implementation, enforcement, and the loss of footfall, meaning returns likely will be minimal.
Thank you. Councillor Rogerson.
Well, I think that the councillor's sort of argument he's advancing would hold water if all our car parks were free across Cornwall, but they're not. The majority are charged and some are not. So this is exploring the ones that are not currently charged. And as you say, some of the tariffs and some that are. So in terms of a question of fairness, I think we need to examine that. You know, we heard earlier about the spreading the cost, things that we pay for in other parts of the country that we don't get the same here. Similarly, within Cornwall, you know, some people will be living in a terrace house, don't have off-street parking, and they pay for a residence permit to park their car in the local Cornwall Council car park. Others at the moment enjoy that for free. Now, that's not to say that there are different circumstances in each, but I do think it's fair to explore those and see that we end up with something that's equitable and it isn't a sort of cross-subsidy from one to the other.
Thank you. And do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do, Chair. Thank you for the answer. When the results of the public consultation come back with a resounding no, we don't want it, which they will, by the way, will the Cabinet actually listen to the will of the Cornish people, or will they simply go ahead with the proposal anyway?
Thank you.
I think in a certain question, if you ask anybody, would you like something for free or would you like to pay for it? Generally, people would say, can I have it for free, please? So I don't think that's a surprise. But what I am looking for, as I have in other examples that have led to individual decision, is other evidence and particular circumstances and local cases, impacts locally. Councillor Wilson quite rightly referred to the on-street situation around restrictions in parking that might be in place. So absolutely, we'll look at the evidence and happy to moderate the policy in line with what's been presented. But if it's a simple, I would love to make all the car parks free for everybody. That would be great. And perhaps if we had a different local government finance settlement, we'd be able to do that. But we are existing in the world that we are in. And so it's about making sure that we look across all the car parks, take the evidence in that comes from consultations like this and try to do the best that we can.
Thank you. Councillor Yelland, followed by Councillor Ashton.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is to the portfolio holder for housing. Whilst I appreciate the points raised in recent communications on the General Wolf building in St Austell, the position we are now in is the result of decisions made by Cornwall Council through Corserve when it purchased the building 5 years ago. Since then, it has sat vacant, continued to deteriorate. It has attracted antisocial behaviour, it's generated ongoing holding and security costs, not to mention an estimated reduction in value of around £750,000. So unless something changes, the building will continue to decline, it will continue to cost taxpayers money and continue to stand as a reminder of the council's failure to protect a historically significant asset of St Austell. With that in mind, could the portfolio holder please tell me what steps Cornwall Council will now take to require Corserve to bring forward clear, costed, time-bound options, including full remediation, partial demolition or disposal, and when can councillors and the community expect to see those options so that we can finally make an informed decision and come to some kind of a conclusion and way forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Broy.
It's a great question, which I'd love to answer, but I suspect it might be one for Councillor Dwelly because it's part of his portfolio. Yeah, that's only fair, isn't it, after earlier? Okay, so we are actually working jointly on both of these things, but just to say that, and this is, sorry, this may sound a bit lame, but this was a decision made in the last administration that I personally do not understand at all. I think it was a very stupid thing to do to buy that building with all the risks attached to it. It was obviously going.
Point of order, Chair.
Sorry.
The purchase wasn't made by the last administration. It was made by the administration before that.
No, I've checked. It was actually made by your administration, and I'm going to stand by that because I did double check.
That's right. Can we stop
Anyway,
there?
we can come back to that later.
Sorry.
But, sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but Councillor Abbey, that wasn't a point of order. You were just interrupting and shouting something out. Can we not do that, please? We're growing up.
No,
carry on and without telling people that they were.
No.
Can you
just
answer the
calling
question?
any person stupid. I'm saying that the decision to buy that building was not one I would have liked to have made. It was obviously going to be an expensive building. I stand by what I just said, by the way, and I have tried with Councillor Le Broy to find other ways of bringing it back into use. We have asked for expressions of interest. We've received some, but none of them look like viable solutions. As things stand, we're looking to put the building up for sale, and we hope that community groups may come forward, but they will clearly need to come up with their own funds to do so, to buy it. I imagine it won't go for very much money. Technically, this is a Corserve building for them to handle, but I would just like to apologise to the people of St Austell that this is going on. It shouldn't be, it shouldn't have happened, but we all would have liked to have seen housing in there, and it didn't stack up, and we can't plausibly as a council spend millions of pounds either knocking it down or trying to put even more money in. We're just going to have to hope that people come forward and buy it.
Thank you. And do you have enough supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Chair. To be fair, that does approach most of the issues that I do have, and it's good to see that kind of actually on the same page on this. The fact that we are where we are is a shame, but it is Cornwall Council's responsibility to make sure that we progress on this, because although Corserve own the building, ultimately we are the lender of last resort, and it's taxpayer money that's going to go towards this. So I would just really appreciate if we could confirm today that we will formally instruct Corserve to go ahead and do some kind of an action, whether that's going through an auction process or at least carrying out some of these costed options so that they can present them back to us.
Yes, I can confirm that. I will get you a written response with more detail, but we have already made the decision. It will be up for sale, and it may be pretty soon, but I will get you the detail.
Thank you. Councillor Ashton, followed by Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is to the portfolio holder for housing, Peter Le Broy. I know this question is just scratching the surface, but nevertheless, it'll be something we'll be coming back to time and time again. Cornwall finds itself in a difficult situation with a significant need for all types of new housing, particularly with social and affordable housing. The current Labour government has increased the target for Cornwall to develop 4,421 new developments each year. And in my view, this is a mistake. The target is largely considered to be unrealistic and unaffordable. And to make matters worse, developers and construction companies are facing significant financial constraints. Estate agents are reporting slowing sales, 7% drop in available properties. there is potential for even more decline. Rentals have increased by 6.1% on average, and demand for housing is increasing. My question is this: what is the administration doing to provide the residents of Cornwall some assurance that homes will be built or created, and that a focus on social housing and affordable housing will be prioritised, and what other options are being pursued by the administration to ensure that despite the challenges faced, those in need of housing will have some hope for the future?
Thank you, Councillor Roy.
Crikey. Well, thank you for the question, Councillor Ashton. I could take up, Chair, the rest of the time, but I'm sure you won't want me to. There is a whole portfolio of activity going on. Of course, you'd expect me to say that. And of course, the other thing which you'd probably recognise is that there is no silver bullet. There's no single simple answer to the housing crisis that we find ourselves in. It's a situation that has been brought upon us by years and years and years of failure of paying the right amount of attention to the situation that has been growing. And there are a huge number of factors, one of which is our geography, of course. Another of which, interesting to me, is that we were underinvested in the 1950s, 60s and 70s in terms of the amounts of social housing, that is council housing, that was actually built out in Cornwall. We have far fewer council houses per head of population than most of the rest of the country. If I could pick out a few things within the portfolio that I'm managing, of course, we're very interested in our relationship with Homes England. As I described to you, we've got several big sites which we are hoping to bring homes forwards on, and we'll be utilising that partnership with Homes England to do that. West Langgarth Garden Village being one, Pydar Street being another, which between the two will deliver thousands of homes over the next 10, 15 years. Our own Homes Cornwall initiative, which Councillor Dwelly is working on together with me, again, will bring forward in time several thousand homes. And that's unusual because it's actually leveraging our own land assets together with partnerships, not only with Homes England, but with developers to bring those homes forward. I suppose the biggest problem that we have is this viability situation that I've spoken about several times, certainly at committee and amongst the cabinet members, where very simplistically, if you were a developer and you bought some land, you applied for planning permission, bought some bricks and mortar and some labour to put it all together, by the time you spent all that money, it's actually worth less than the open market value of that home. So at the moment, we have a pretty precarious position. And you're quite right, when you identify the number of 4,421 homes, if it's left to the open market, that probably just won't happen. What I'm looking to do is to leveraging the relationship with Homes England to make sure that we maximise the amount of affordable, of a variety of different tenures homes that we deliver across Cornwall. We need to try and work towards the number of 4,421. You might remember in a previous council, I was asked by, I think it was Councillor Pascoe, to write to the Minister to actually examine that number and see if the Minister thought it was actually viable. We're still awaiting a response on that. Just additional to that, we're delivering approximately 750 affordable homes per year with our partners. Treveth, one of our key partners, they are or have delivered 457 homes in the last 2 years. They've got, of those, some of those are open market rent, some of them are open market sales, some are affordable, and some have gone into our own council house ownerships. Incidentally, another one worth knowing is Treveth is the biggest house builder in at this time.
I think we get the impression you're doing a very great deal of work.
I could keep going on, but there is a lot going on. I would like to bring it together in one sort of portfolio of activity that I could demonstrate to councillors. Perhaps that's something I might look at in coming months.
That'd be good. And I hesitate to ask if you have a supplementary, Councillor Ashton.
I did say it was complex, and I did say it was big picture, but nevertheless, it's something that is really something that we hear all the time as councillors, wherever we go. So it will come back to it. But thank you for your response. And I just want just to finally say, are you confident that our Labour MPs are really pushing and really taking on the mantle of pursuing other options and increased funding And are we happy and content with that? And so I'd like to hear your view, that are we being well represented?
Yes, I can embellish that outside the meeting if you like, but they are being very supportive and very engaging.
Thank you. Councillor Barker, followed by Councillor Donithorne. Just 6 minutes left, please.
I'll be quick. Thank you, Chair. This is for Leader Councillor Frost. Welcome the lessons learned report for emergency services for Storm Goretti. The experiences that I had from parish is Greek was isolated, farmers were involved in clearing and rescuing people from the shop, and in Newquay, all 5 entrances were blocked at one point, bar one, where you could just get round a tree. So it's just a serious confirmation that the voluntary sector can be engaged. And in the parish meetings this week, I asked whether there was an interlock with council, and that didn't seem to be really clear to them. And I think it's the Cornish brand for us to help each other, and there's free resources there with farmers and with parish councils. And I just, if you'd like to sort of take that on board, I think with your report.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. And obviously I did mention the voluntary sector forum and volunteers earlier on in an earlier question, but I think Talia might have a bit of more detail for you as it sits within her portfolio, but completely agree with the sentiment. Thank you.
Yeah, I just to add in, so some parishes have emergency plans. Some parishes didn't have emergency plans. Some had emergency plans that they realised were just not going to work. So there's absolutely pieces of work going on. I spoke to parish council last night, and they had to change because we were still in recovery a date, and they've moved it to February. That will be a piece of work that actually, if we can push as councillors as much as we can out to parishes, there's absolutely that the part we play as advocates and leaders in our communities, and also parish councillors, and with those, you know, those communities, that it might be the local farmer, it might be the person in the village shop, the pub, whatever. It absolutely came together, and I've pledged already to go to a meeting next week in an area at Lamorna. I think we've absolutely got to get that learning, but just so you're aware as well, there was the voluntary sector was part of that group. And so, for example, even with the power, they had the Red Cross attached to them. We used the Devon and Cornwall 4x4, which was a groups, and they were going in to check on care homes, all the lists that, you know, at first it was schools, and it moved into, it was just moving at such a fast pace, but all the way along, there were those resources that if we couldn't get through on a phone, we'd be making a visit out, and that's where you have to use those resources. But yeah, I've seen it, and I've seen examples of where it worked and where I've called in things, and I'm sure we all have, where, you know, it's just got to the next person, and we've used that sector. But absolutely, we've got to find on the ground in each community what it looks like in that community and use it.
To help, I think. So,
thank you. Is there a supplementary?
Just a really quick one. Just I noted that the major incident definition, and I think emergency services involved, council services overwhelmed, multiple members of the public involved, risk of life. How do I ask you that you put that on automatic? I think there is a definition. I don't believe in, I think it hit all thresholds, and that it was an evening. We're not all available. There must be somebody in operations that can just hit the trigger and go, look, this is a major incident. Do you concur? Yes, no, and we're off, you know. And I think,
well, I think what I would say is, because that sort of relates a little bit to Councillor Alvey's question as well, when the tactical command group was set up, and then if it moves into strategic, I think what I'd like to do, because I'm not an operation person, obviously I've been told certain things, I would like to get a full response to what Councillor Alvey brought out, but try and get it to everybody. But I think the other thing which is really important to say is what's going to happen in any situation, because the next emergency, and it will come, and obviously climate change, but it might not look the same. And I think and actually this is important to say to people, it's the fact that the council can do its best and all the services can, but it's still reliant on people ringing up, reporting in a tree, a power line, all these things. That's how you build that picture. And I think even on that first day, it was crucial that the leader, you know, a face was there that actually declared that a red warning was something people have to listen to, and people did listen. But I think what I would say in terms of this discussion about the major incident is that there will be learning, and there will be openness about anything that needs to be changed or done differently.
And with that, it's time. I'm sorry. I've done my best to
Order.
encourage people
Chairman.
to get on with the questions and with answers, but
Point
they've
of
all
order.
ignored me. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people still didn't get to
Point
answer.
of order.
Point of order. What is the point of order?
Look, I appreciate that there are.
What is the point of order?
That when a single question is asked to a cabinet member and then two cabinet members answer the same question, it prevents members from being able to ask questions to the cabinet. Can we please make sure that when questions go to a single cabinet member responds rather than dovetailing out and providing another opportunity?
There's occasionally a spread between their jobs, and occasionally mixture of jobs, and occasionally it's useful to have someone else come in and give them a bit more. I think we've had quite a lot of information out of cabinet. We could have got a bit more if people had been a bit more succinct. But thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the meeting until February. Thank you.